Ready? Aim!
There's too many!
Anyone see my mammoth?
Stubby! Hello!
Howdy, y'all.
I'm back.
Hello, hello.
He's back. And mysterious voice in the background, as you can all hear. Ariakis is with us. So, as is always the case, going back to traditional format and everything that we do here in Stats, I have to ask our absolutely wonderful guest how he's doing first, which nowadays is Carlo. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm genuinely very happy to be home. Not that I didn't enjoy the US, but I was away from home for like over a month in the end, 4.5 weeks. So it was good to get back to finally sitting at this computer all day long as of yesterday, and really, actually, genuinely was quite happy to get back to it and kind of start doing some stats stuff straight away, fixing some stuff that people have been asking me to do for a while. Got the Martells on, fixed some things. It's all been go since I got home.
Yeah. I mean, it's to put it in perspective, just of how ridiculous it has been. If Carlo keeps changing, by the way, that's Ariakis is trying to sort his camera out, so don't worry about it, guys. If anything to go by, Carlo was kind of like back home yesterday. I think he said he got one at 1, and from like 2 o'clock onwards, he was doing stuff for A Song of Ice and Fire on the site and other things like rules and stuff. So quite
until
literally,
2 a.m.
Yeah, it was 2 a.m. He's finished.
Yeah, I did 12 hours straight. First of all, I fixed. I fixed why people weren't turning up in the rankings. That bit took me. That bit was very fast. Then we went on to me and Leak Teddy sat down and we did the LGT FAQ. And then I moved on to putting Martells into the site, fixing other things, kind of all sorts of stuff. Varamir was there, so it was a fun-filled night. And honestly, I've been missing it a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm going to do 12-hour days every day for the next week, but it was nice to jump back and do some stuff. And yeah, as everybody's noticed, I am wearing my cowboy hat, which was a very kind gift from Dave Meckler from Small Council Radio. So I feel I have to wear it.
Nice. Now, also joining us, and again, we'll see how he's been doing, because you mentioned there that Martells have been added to the Stats Builder, in case anyone hasn't noticed the logo above and the slightly changed format. Ariakis is here joining us, Clarence, and he, if anyone didn't know, basically played a shit ton of Martells.
I got 3 games in, yes.
And how did that go?
The first game was super tight, super close. I thought that I had, I was trying out the Doran NCU, trying to get the 6 VPs. I thought the scenario was kind of favorable in a way. I was able to stay away from most of the game, but at the end, he was able to catch up and table me at the very last second to win. But it was very, very close, very exciting. I was happy to perform with pretty much just a starter and Heroes 1. And then my next 2 games, I tried an Oberyn poison kind of list, trying out the Manticore poison. It leans heavily on neutrals, as I think as new factions will. It went pretty well. It was actually pretty successful.
Cool. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear it when good players look at things, they try things out, and they say, yeah, it works, or yeah, it doesn't work. Getting a good feel for it from a player who, isn't just going to literally just throw quite literally anything on the board and go, look, it's fun. Not saying that anyone can't do that, right? Anyone can do that. It's just that, I trust Ariakis' list building to build lists that are competent, I assume, and then him to try them out at least with some form of game plan in mind. I might be wrong. He might be a pile of shit, but you know, he hasn't proved that yet. But yeah, yeah. So let's dive in with the Martells first of all, and we'll just literally dive in straight into it. Prepare for a long one, guys. Like, this could be a while. We've got shit tons to talk about. We've got the Martells, we've got an FAQ, we've got another FAQ, we've got what the fuck Carlo has actually been on going and doing in the world of A Song Ice on Fire and his own little world, which he carries around with him in his like fake suitcase.
In this hat.
In that hat.
I carry it around in this hat.
Is it just under the lid? Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we'll obviously talk about Ariakis' experiences, and if we finally manage to fucking get there, we will talk about Ariakis' coming up Great Canadian Open, which is quite literally next weekend, which is quite convenient to have him here. So, let's get started. Right. This is where everything goes to pot first term. Anyone who's never seen this show before, where the hell have you been? And also, it never works first time, right? So, in theory, close enough. It didn't start where I wanted to start it because it started close enough. So, first of all, we have game-breaking piece number 1. NCU commanders are back.
Ish.
To be fair, like, if anyone doesn't know, this is Doran Martell, 5-point commander NCU, and the solution was you just make him 4 or 5 points, and then you give him an on-field attachment for free as a commander. Now, all the way back, I want to say in like episode maybe 20 or 30 of Tourney Ground, I'd have to find the exact reference. We basically discussed getting rid of NCU commanders and then what you would do instead, right? Because of the dominance in 1.6. This was something that players suggested. Like, it was not just us. The community said this could be a solution, and they've done it.
Yeah, way back then, the power of the NCU commander wasn't just that it was a free NCU, a free activation, a free thing that you were going to buy anyway, but the kind of complication that it added, and even now in modern game modes, the complication it would add if you didn't have an on-field commander. And it was very regular back then for people to field 0 attachments in their entirety. There is not a single named or unnamed attachment on the battlefield. They only have combat units and NCUs. And of course, this means that its interaction with Clash of Kings, its interaction with Fire and Blood, and things like that all become much more complicated. And so they've now finally gotten around to this idea and this concept that if somebody very specific like Doran is going to be a commander but can only be an NCU, that you need the on-field proxy for everything to work out. And I think that the whole package probably works out reasonably well. You know, I haven't thought about him that specifically. The 5 points, I don't think he's a great NCU in himself. But I do actually think that is pronounced Hotah?
Areo Hotah, I believe, yes.
Hotah. Hotah is actually a very good attachment. Like, he is a very good free commander attachment. So Doran being an okay NCU at 5 seems like an overall package that, you know, you're not too uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. I think it is just pretty strong. So yes, Ariakis, any further thoughts on that?
No, I think that the way they implemented him is as good as we can have hoped. Yeah, 5 points is definitely expensive, especially because Martells have kind of joined neutrals in that they're the, I guess, only other faction that doesn't have a 3-point or 4-point activation. So having a 5-point NCU means that they are going to be running, you know, pretty much 7 activations. And unlike Baratheons, who can kind of get away with it with armor and lots of healing, they're kind of the opposite, very squishy. So there is some healing here.
Cool. Right then, so let's dive in to where all this takes us, what it looks like, and wow, everything's going wrong today. But the heat, right? If anyone can't hear that beeping behind me, has meant that my freezer can no longer keep itself cool enough. So it quite literally every couple of hours starts beeping, and I have to go and switch it off to switch it back on again. The most annoying thing in the world. So while I go and do that, let's talk about his NCU first of all, and then we'll move on to Areo's attachment. So the NCU, it's fairly straightforward. It replaces a zone with giving a pivot and march or a retreat to Areo Hotah. There you go.
Let's put it this way. If you offered me this NCU for 5, I wouldn't buy him, right? But like you have to wrap up the whole package together, really, because a Hotah I would take as a good 0-free attachment commander. And you know his his cards, you know, fine. I don't think that any of the Martells have really like blow away cards, but this would be great if it allowed a charge. Now, pivot then march is powerful. Retreat at any time can be useful, but overall, I think that he's not giving a lot as an NCU here.
No. I don't think it's bad by any stretch. I don't think it's like a piece of trash and like this is terrible for 5 value. But I agree that it's not good value either. It's just it if you're taking a Doran list, you kind of are pushing yourself into this position where this should be something that your opponent is worried about with Hotah. So you have to play around the fact that Hotah doesn't have to be an expensive unit, but it should be a threatening unit. So, you know, that pivot and march, I play a lot of pivot and march with Karma. Yes, thank you. Oh, forgot a name there. And pivot and march is very strong, like very strong. Especially in like base 6 or base 7 movement units, which, as we're going to see, a lot of the Martell stuff is base 6 movement. So this could be pretty good, but not on its own. You know, you're having to immediately build around the commander straight away, which is a lot different to commanders we see success with, who are commanders who are just good without having to be built around. Do you have any extra words to add to that, Clarence?
No, I think you guys did a pretty good covering it. Also, to be fair, I'm actually slightly still distracted trying to fix my camera, so I'm listening, but not able to add the most insight.
If you just crop in whenever you want to crop in at the moment, that's absolutely fine. Don't worry. So, we'll move on, and we'll look at the attachment. Now, this attachment for 0, if you think of it like an attachment for 0, is pretty fucking good. I would actually go as far as saying, right?
Say, like, as a commander goes, like, if this was the commander option and you didn't have to buy Doran for 5, then I'd be like, whoa, that's a great commander.
Yes.
But, yeah, you know, like,
I think
full package, he's bringing a lot.
You can basically treat this as a 1-point attachment with a 4-point NCU that comes with it, right? And that's the commander package just makes it cost 5 instead of 0 and 4. Because this is definitely a 1-point attachment worth of abilities plus, even. Furious Charge.
But don't forget, most commanders already bring like 2 points worth of value, right? Like at least the 1-2 borderline. So you're saying, is he worth 1 point more than even the best other commanders who bring, you know, let's say, Hardened to the last, bring, you know, like Distract and Counter-Strike, things like that, right? Like, this is great. This is possibly it's in a handful of the best commander attachments in the game, right? Like, whether or not you say it's flat out the best or not, I think that Coordinated Assault, first time we've ever seen that on an attachment, right? It's never, you know, like this is brand new. Being able to add 3 additional hits to any given infantry unit that already has an aggressive output profile is going to be very, very powerful. Add in the Furious Charge means that this is going to do real damage on the charge. Now, you would say that he was in line with being a relatively good commander if he just had those two abilities. Duty for the Crown is our little cherry on the top. Not an incredibly synergistic kind of ability at that point, but we're happy to take anything we can get, considering the 5-point NCU felt like a bit of a tax to get us here. But overall, I am interested in the package, and I think that because he's so powerful, or what he could be in, say, a 7-point unit, maybe you're talking about Stormcrow Dervishes, maybe you're talking about Royal Guard, maybe any given aggressive unit that we might want to put together. You might even start to consider using the Pivot and March replace effect. But that's because you've already invested so much in the unit, not because I think Doran's effect is great. But as soon as you start threatening to put this into people's flanks, then we're really talking about units that are threatening everything in the game.
Yeah, definitely.
I know that he kind of has what's the word? Wasted ability in Bastard Girls, but I think in Bastard Girls he'd be pretty scary as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like anything we can double down on, like damage and the extra hits. I mean, you could, if you really wanted to, equate Areo here very similarly to, although not the same, of course, but very similarly to something like Gregor, a commander attachment for the +2 wounds. By the time you're doing 3 extra hits for full health with the vulnerable token, against most targets, 4 or even 3 armor, that will equate to roughly 2 wounds, roughly speaking, on top of what you're normally doing. Now, of course, it doesn't quite synergize into kind of like the giant style lists with low wound but hit kind of like effects, and then things like very high armor, to some extent your 3+s, and also then your what do you call them? 2+, Champions of the Stag. Then those kinds of things are not going to get those 2 wound kind of like equation. But then, yeah, as you say, Duty the Crown on top as a little like extra Easter egg, if you will, is almost perfect. Right then, tactics cards. We have got the 3. We've got False Agenda, which we have seen in Tyrion. But Tyrion is False Agenda with letters. This is False Agenda with crowns. It's the same card. I'm not going to spend a long time discussing what that does. We'll discuss what it means for the commander when we get to the end of all 3. We've got Parlay. If you don't know what Parlay does, that's because you've never seen Davos Commander. If you've never seen Davos Commander before, that's because people don't play him. But it's it is the same version as Davos Commander, except that obviously Doran is not the commander, so it lists, and I'm very glad that they did this, if this target Areo Hotah unit, it restores the 2 wounds. So it is the same card with the same kind of kicker effect if it targets your commander. Awesome. And then we have a new card, something we've not seen before, in Ripe to Act. When a friendly NCU claims a crowns, replace that zone's effect with every enemy combat becomes vulnerable. Just a flat out.
Says each, but
Yeah, but every, basically, every enemy combat unit on the field, just there's a load of vulnerable tokens. Turns out that Martells really like the color yellow. That's their theme with this card.
Yeah, it is interesting that vulnerable seems to be their token of choice, whereas like I wasn't so sure that it would be. I mean, it wasn't going to be panic.
No.
But it does feel like it sat somewhere between vulnerable and weakened. But maybe it's both. Maybe, like weakened, they have an abundance of threaten in other places. But yeah, vulnerable seems to be their token of choice, their token of specialty. And I think that this can be a pretty good card up there. Maybe I'm unsure. Probably not actually as good as Stannis's
Will of the One Tree King.
Yeah. Which of course replaces the crown specifically with one of each 3 tokens, which you can place anywhere, which way you want, including all on one unit or spread out. I think in most lists, we're talking about this being 4 vulnerables, maybe 5. If you have a single vulnerable out there already, then of course it's not going to count. Are we significantly better than 1 of each token, 3 tokens? Maybe it is. Maybe when we play into that 6 combat unit, 7 combat unit free folk spam, then this is really gonna come up good. You're gonna think, my God, I've just put out 7 tokens for one NCU activation. But that this is possibly his most unique. Well, it is his most unique. That this is his most significant commander card isn't selling him to me, right? Like when we talk about Stannis and Will of the One True King, it's just like an okay card. You're really happy if you pick it up on first turn. You might play it second, third turn. If Crowns is kicking around for free, you might play it. Parlay, it maybe leans into the idea that like we're gonna play like a really like avoidance game. We're gonna play a survival game. But the problem with that is that card would be best combined when using Doran NCU. Doran NCU non-commander version, of course, which we now have to specify. But Water Gardens, score as many VPs once you've taken all the rounds kind of NCU. You might really love to have Parlay on a commander in that kind of list where you're just trying to survive the game. And what even was our third?
The false agenda, which does guarantee, like, is another condition,
Yeah.
and it does guarantee the option to put out right to act, but it's not.
Again, false agenda. You'd love to be able to combine that with his 4-point NCU version and say, oh, you just jumped onto the second of the 2 zones that I want to be able to take, so I'm going to move you off it. And hey, look, I can definitely take it. As is not too dissimilar or too uncommon for the way Simon seemed to design multiple versions of a character. The best person that Doran Commander would synergize with is Doran non-commander. And that seems quite unfortunate because right now I feel, Clarence, you can maybe talk about the list that you put together, how you felt they played and stuff like that. I think that one of their 2 key strategies right now is Doran NCU. And I'm not sure that I would pick Doran Commander as my other significant list to pair with it.
So, you know what? I was thinking about it. I think many people were wowed by 4-point Doran NCU and thought he was kind of broken. And I think he's kind of like Melisandre in a lot of ways. He's kind of like win big or does terrible because, unfortunately, he's got a very good counter in the form of Peter Baelish. And Baelish is so popular these days that I really think that in most competitive matchups, you relying on Doran scoring you 6 points, it's just not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And, I know that some players may not be aware of how Peter Baelish, messes up Doran Prince of Martell, but essentially he takes one of the zones that he needs, and then he uses as the Water Garden. The Water Garden forces your opponent to then create a combat unit, so then passes back to you, and you activate your second NCU, take the second zone that Doran needs. So it's quite possible he won't even accumulate 4 tokens over the course of 6 turns, because every turn that you go first, you can put Peter in one zone and take both subsequently.
We will really talk about the interaction of that later on when we dive into him fully, because I think we're going to have a long conversation about him somehow.
I do agree. I do agree that. So I do think that Doran isn't like, oh my God, this is an instant win button, and like Doran should be the entirety of the Martell strategy. But I think that I think that he should definitely be in one of your 2 lists, because there are certain lists that he will just beat, and there are certain lists that will not have any of the tools to shut him down. And then if you also have the ability to play the long game, if you have the ability to deny your opponent's damage, to stop yourself being tabled, and to make it into round 5 and 6, then personally, this is because, this is the way I think about and see the game. I think that he is at that point putting a huge amount of pressure onto your opponent to really do something and like make big plays as early as possible and to really influence the game and get you onto the back foot. And he achieves all of that while just being a 4-point NCU. So for that reason, I don't actually think that the Martells' only strategy and only route to victory is through Doran NCU. But I think that he can really start to put your opponent on the back foot from word go while only costing 4 points. And if you can do that, then why not? I consider in list building, like Othel NCU, what does he actually achieve at 5 points? Maybe it's not loads, but if it can put your opponent in the mindset that, like, if I just don't advance, I'm going to die, then that can be very, very powerful. Same thing with Melisandre, the actual value, as you mentioned, like she can win big or she can lose big. But Doran, he's a 4-point NCU investment. You didn't even invest 1 point more than you were going to buy an NCU for anyway. So I think that for that reason, I would never be building, right now at least, a Martell 2-list pairing that doesn't include him in one of them. And because of that, I think that it's very important to discuss, does his commander version make it into our other list? Because that's the only place that he can be, because for me, Doran is going in one of my lists flat out 100%.
Yeah. And we haven't looked at the other commanders, right? We'll look at the other commanders. We already know, like, we don't even have to look at him. We already know people are going to want to play a lot of Viper commander. Oberyn Martell is going to be a commander in a hell of a lot of lists. We'll get onto why that might be, but of course, because people like the character, the rules, of course, we'll wait for. I don't know if Doran is a good enough commander with his card set. I think effectively his attachment is very good. His ability to manipulate and move his attachment is very good. That is it. And I don't know if that's enough. And we'll see, with the other commander sets available. I think there's a steer. For me, there is a clear standout best commander in Martells already. And I think it's really obvious. I think it's just very strong set. And it's no surprise that if you're on the Stats Discord, certainly if you're a patron, all of the list building suggestions have been with that commander. All of them. So it is really interesting. Roos, yes. Roos.
Vargo.
Dario, it's all about Dario. Right, okay. We'll move on. And we'll finally get into probably the most popular character that hasn't been in the game for so long. Oberyn Martell, the Viper, Prince of Dawn. I mean, at this point, John, right? John, Jamie, Gregor, Rob, who else? Tywin had quite a high play rate. All of these people I'm naming, not because they're good or bad, they just had high play rates. Because people... Stannis Renly, yeah, of course. Because people just fucking love them. I don't know if he'll blow all of them out of the water, but I am almost guaranteed to tell you that Oberyn Martell will almost certainly be the most played Martell commander in the first month. Almost guarantee it. And why not? And we will look at why. He comes with an ability called Manticore Venom, which is something that happens after he completes a melee attack. It attaches a poison card. We'll have a look at that in a second. And then he also comes with the Viper's Fangs, which is very similar to what Bloody Mama Skirmishers and Cutthroats have, in that when you're attacking an unactivated unit, they become vulnerable and weakened. Don't get the rerolls like they do, but you get vulnerable and weakened, which is like the double whammy. That's very strong. Actually, I would straight up say Viper's Fangs, I think, is a good ability. I think that's very strong into certain styles of gameplay that I don't particularly like, but surprising enough, Doran NCU actually incentivizes this types of gameplay. So I think that's going to be very interesting. But the Manticore Venom, in case anybody doesn't know, you attach the card after the melee attack. There's a one-of card. The card goes on the unit, and that unit, for the rest of the game, flat out, cannot heal any more wounds.
Super
Also,
scary.
each time it activates, it becomes vulnerable. And I think every
if it's
time...
already vulnerable, it takes a wound.
Yes. I'm not even sure. I may have just said that wrong. I do actually have it up and available. I actually think it's better than that, right? I'm fairly sure...
Are you saying it's action?
It's
Or
action.
are you saying...
Yeah. So let's load it up. There we go. My second little image there.
Activates.
It activates. Cool. I'm not going insane. So there we go.
Yeah. So it's every time they would become vulnerable, they take a wound. So, even just basically betters can now become like, hey, take a wound.
Yeah, so I one of my 3 games yesterday was with Oberyn Martell. Actually, 2 of my games. And in one of my games is what happened. I was playing against a Lancer player, and he kind of like redirected his Lancer Casterly Knights towards Oberyn, and then he played issue commands with Tywin Commander and got a charge in. And he didn't roll so great. Only got 7 hits, so I didn't get crushed. And Oberyn's unit was in dervishes, so he was able to bounce out. He charges back in and applies the Manticore Venom. Gets a couple of wounds of precision as well. I had Areo Hotah attachment, so this particular build was going all in on this Manticore poison. And, we'll discuss that later. Going all in may have been maybe excessive. Anyway, Areo Hotah attachment for 2 points can also throw on vulnerable. At the end of the round, these knights are now poisoned. They've lost a few wounds. They've got a vulnerable token. And I think Areo managed to flank charge him. He was in Spearman. Their 3 in shift got into the flank, able to get a counter charge in. Next round, I'm going first. And I've got Bastard Girls also who had swung around and come back to help out. So Death Star fully operational. I throw Nymeria Sand onto the swords. She targets one of my units. I throw a vulnerable token onto the knights. They eat another wound. Start a turn, actually. Arianne Martell does his order again, throws another vulnerable token on. They take another wound. Bastard Girls take a shot, add a vulnerable token, take another wound into the flank, deal a bunch of damage, and I use that vulnerable token to finish off the unit as well. And it was pretty bananas. It applied pretty much 3 wounds instantaneously in one action.
I will straight up say that as a mechanic for token generation style lists, this is good design. There was, in case people don't know, all the way back when we talk about 2021 leaks, there was this time where Axel Florin NCU did something very similar with tokens, but he spent the token to do wounds every time they did an action. And the problem was it wasn't 1 wound either, it was like ranks-based wounds. And
wasn't it 2 wounds? Couldn't he instantly kill solos?
No,
it
was ranked. It was 2. They then changed it to ranks, and it used to just shred infantry because Bastard Girls, where you just drop 2 tokens on them with like a Stannis build, and then you go shoot. All right, well take 3 wounds. Charge. Right, take another 3 wounds. Right, you're half dead. And yeah, that I won't go into that because that was a long time ago. It doesn't exist anymore, and that was too much. This is the right amount, I think. It's 1 wound per token.
Bang on the money, right?
Yeah.
That is once per game. Is very significant. Like we'd be talking about this is just broken as fuck if it was every time Oberyn attacked. Like he just put this on everybody. That's it. And now I just have to survive, and you're just gonna die. So that it happens 1 time is significant. That they can't heal is the most significant part.
Yeah.
And that tokens, generating extra wounds, rather than it just being. So it's not just every time you activate, you're going to take a wound. It's every time you're going to take a vulnerable, you take a wound. So that means that if you have ways to remove your vulnerables, then you're going to keep yourself alive. I have ways and want and desire to throw more and more and more vulnerables at you, then I can accelerate the process. And I do think that interactivity between us, that you can defend against it and that I can like really double down on it, is actually more important than just like take one every time you activate. But the cannot restore wounds is so significant. Particularly right now, I think that the meta is very heavily in a take and restore kind of mindset. It's in a deal damage, take damage, and then really throw in big healing. Lots of Taiko's still incredibly popular. Use of replacement effects to heal wounds, all those kind of things. And you know, I heard a lot of grumblings and unhappiness, US nationals, about Champions of the Stag in particular, and people's inability to kill that unit. And Manticore Venom is really gonna put units like that in their place.
It is, yeah, and I like it. I simply like this ability for the fact that it is it simply is an ability that is impactful without what I personally think is too strong. I think it has exactly the right level of impact on the game. And what else I really like about this as well is it really punishes the I have a single big unit build that people sometimes like to do. And they rely on this one piece that's almost unkillable, that's just going to drive home and just smash everything apart. It's like, well, I'll just venom it and then kill it over time and it's dead. You can't do anything. You're not going to stop it dying. It might kill a lot of shit in the process, but it's going to die. And yeah.
Yeah, this Commander Oberyn almost feels like another version of Expert Duelist. Like, you just don't want to touch this commander.
Yeah. But the thing is, and this is another thing, right? I'll use Poor Fellows, but Raiders, Greyjoys to some extent, like unit trappers or something. Like, you can kind of feed a 4-point unit to Oberyn and be like, I'm using it as a speed bump. You might make it so I can't heal the unit. And yeah, sure, you'll eventually win that combat then. But is that really the target that you want to be using that ability on? And it puts the onus on the Martell player to then go, okay, how can I use my ability to its best effect? Rather than just, well, I'll zap that thing over there, or this thing will die, or whatever. You actually have to proactively say, okay, I want to do this. How am I going to set up about doing that?
True, but Martells are one of, already in their limited roster, they're already one of the most maneuverable factions that we've seen. Their ability to manipulate who he ends up in combat with is going to be significant.
But I think that's good
in implementing this in the right place.
I think that's a positive thing, not a bad thing. I think it's something that I brought up a couple of times on the main Discord and to different people. Like, it's a rank and flank game, and something that me and Carlo never really talk about because you can't show it here and talk about it really in easy terms, is that movement is by far the most important thing in the game. Like, dice rolling and things matters, sure, but like, movement is so fundamentally important. And using a faction that entices you to be good at movement is a faction that will teach you to be good at the game. Like, it's why, personally, if you look at a lot of top players, yes, we could argue, yes, they're playing Free Folk and Free Folk are OP, right? But a lot of good Free Folk players have always been near the top of the standings. Not because, necessarily, Free Folk are OP, but because Free Folk are a movement-based faction. Starks in 1.6 were a movement-based faction. We're seeing it now. Night's Watch are a movement-based faction. Isn't it weird that all these factions that are movement-based also end up being pretty fucking good? Baratheons, who for a long time were not movement-based at all, sucked. For me, it's
Standstill gun line awful takes. Has issues with your statement there, Mickey.
It does a little bit, but movement still mattered. The question was, where do I 2-inch shift next? So anyway, yeah.
Heading back to Oberyn, I skipped over it, but I really like Viper's Fangs, both in terms of its effect and its ability, but I'm actually really, really pro the use of this if your opponent hasn't activated based ability. A powerful, influential effect if your opponent hasn't gone yet, and I think that the more things that they can shoehorn in that have that effect, the less activation reliant the game is going to be. That there's no longer such a definite advantage to outweighting your opponent and then reacting in response is based around somebody having some kind of innate bonus based on being the first to do something, right? Being the initiator. The problem this game has with activations is that there is very little advantage to being the initiator, particularly since they made it that losing charge rerolls is so common now. So much terrain gets rid of it that charging even has very little value.
Mm-hmm.
So overall, I think that I really like Oberyn as an attachment. That set of packages is very, very faction defining, game defining, character defining, and I like all of those things.
Now, there are questions that people are asking around Barry block and this ability. It's not an order, so it doesn't self-target. The once per game ability, which, as far as we're under the impression, do not self-target. It doesn't specify in Manticore Venom that you do target, and it is attached to the melee attack. It is a passive ability that is always on. So this is the thing, Manticore Venom is always on. It's just that there is a choice indicated as to when, or if you use it, I should say. If you apply it, you always use Manticore Venom, but the choice to apply it is a free one. So basically what I'm trying to say is that anyone who thinks this is a target ability that Barry would block, or is something that Roos could block, I don't believe it is.
Yeah, my gut says no block.
No block. Rip.
What about if Jack and Hagar clones Oberyn? Does he get more Manticore Venom?
So, interesting you should say this. No. He doesn't get more, but if we go off the basis of orders kind of being used, if he hadn't used it, there is remit to say that Jaqen could then use it.
Yeah.
But Oberyn would be dead.
Jaqen roughly takes the attachment in the exact current state that it was in. Is the main belief. If you've used an order for the round, then it's already been used. If you died last round and you haven't used it, or you just hadn't used it this round before it got used, then Jaqen now has it. If you had a once per game ability and you'd used it, you've used it. If you had a once per game ability and you hadn't used it, then have it back. Or steal it off your opponent.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah, there's none of this doubling down on Manticore Venom. Run Oberyn in, get himself killed, and go, oh no, I've lost Oberyn. But look, he was here all along! More Manticore Venom. Fuck you, double Cots builds. Right, right, should we have a look at his cards? Because we've talked all about him and haven't even looked at his fucking cards yet. So, he has the super interesting Intercept Orders. Again, a Tyrion card. I do find it's a bit weird that they kind of went down the control route. Tyrion, obviously being the best Lannister commander that we kind of agree with stats and things, has always been pretty good. And Martell's just kind of get his cards, which pretty interesting. So Intercept Orders on the crown rather than Tyrion's versions of letters. We have Unexpected Exhaustion. Again, synergizes with Viper's Fangs, which in turn synergizes with Manticore Venom. When a vulnerable enemy activates, you attach this card to them until the vulnerable token is removed, and while that is attached, they suffer -1 to hit on their attacks. And if Oberyn attacks them, it becomes weakened. I'll be super honest with you. I don't think this card is that good. It's okay. -1 to hit is okay. My main thing is like the second half, where each time that Oberyn attacks it becomes weakened. Well, Oberyn gives them a weakened if they're not activated anyway from Viper's Fangs. So what you're saying is it's like that second part of my ability, I kind of just get on a card anyway. So,
I think it's when they attack Oberyn.
Oh, it is. You're right. It is when they attack Oberyn. Sorry, I apologize.
Ball rolling dice.
Yeah.
Which is when you want weakened to come into play.
It is, yeah. Yeah,
I think
that's
that it's pretty similar to Tywin's card, where when a unit's weakened, he now gives them -2 morale.
Yeah.
Until the point where the weaken gets removed. Situationally, if it comes up, you can play the card, right? And it does put some pressure on them to then go ahead and remove that vulnerable. But it also means that you feel that you can't utilize the vulnerable a lot of the time. Now, okay, that's quite synergistic with our poison, our venom, in that we don't want to take that vulnerable off anyway, because that's just going to be a wound at some point. But overall, it's pretty mediocre. It's a play it and forget kind of card. I wouldn't build any major strategies around it. You might catch somebody out. You vulnerable them. They're about to activate. You know they're going to charge you. You just play it on them. Bang, -1 to hit and weakened. Can really dent a powerful charge at the right time. But I wouldn't play around this card. It's just like could happen.
The thing is, without Counter-Strike, like, this isn't a damage card. Like, if you were playing this in some kind of like Stark build with the kind of Howland Counter-Strike thing that they have going, all of a sudden this card becomes like, oh, that's pretty fucking good. Because at least there's synergies. At the moment, obviously we'll get through and we'll look at all the Martell stuff today. Jesus Christ. We'll see if any synergies really pop out. I don't think there are any.
I was going to point out too that
I
was going to say that for that last card, I also don't think it synergizes with the Venom either, because the Venom makes you vulnerable when you activate, and that card only works if you're already vulnerable when you activate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
So if you're not vulnerable, you activate, you get Manticore Venom. You can't then play Unexpected Exhaustion on that because the trigger is effectively gone, because you weren't vulnerable when you activated.
Yeah. Again, in that build, presumably you've got 10 ways to vulnerable them, so they're probably vulnerable anyway, but on its own, yeah.
There is also the second problem, which we don't talk about necessarily directly, but when someone leans hard into something, like we're seeing here, like hard into this vulnerable token style gameplay, you run the risk of, if someone has good token removal or token control, all of a sudden, unless you're putting more tokens on them than they can possibly deal with, the chances are most of your effects do very little, because they're controlling the amount they put on. Which is effectively what Lannisters see all the time with their panic shenanigans. You'll have all these panic fails, but it's like, right, but I've protected myself with good morale. So you're leaning into it, and you leaned into it quite heavily, but it doesn't fucking matter because I'm just better than what you can lean into.
Right. So basically, Barra-based deck kind of says, not interested in that. But luckily, the Manticore Venom seems like Barras are probably your best target. So there are swings and roundabouts on that side of things. But yeah, I mean, like I was on the wrong side of Barra token control quite a few times last weekend, and I really don't think that Martells are going to get the upper hand in that fight. And if you're building a list around a token, the rate at which Barras can both give them out and take them off themselves is obscene.
Yeah. Heather in chat there says Lannisters have no active token removal. Yep. Lannisters are pretty sad. Red Cloak's on 5+.
Yeah, I think interestingly, like overall, Lannisters is going to be a great matchup for Martells. Lannisters, generally speaking, are quite reliant on zone control. I haven't quite fully thought through the interaction between Joffrey and Water Gardens, but I think Water Gardens trumps him, saying that you control no zones.
Yep.
And if that's true, then Lannisters really don't look like they're going to have a nice time into Martells at all.
We'll get onto that later on, probably. The Viper's last card is Viper's Infamy, which is when a combat unit activates, which is immediately, if anyone isn't aware of what we've just been talking about, is an immediate problem because we now have two of exactly the same trigger, basically, on combat activation. This one not limited to vulnerable, so immediately this is a better card. And actually, if you look at it, that enemy suffers -2 movement when charging Oberyn Martell's unit this turn, and if it fails a charge, it becomes vulnerable. Like, that's not a bad card. Like, that is a fine card to stop somebody kind of closing the distance on Oberyn first. You see it a lot with traps nowadays. Like, giving someone -1 move at an inconvenient time is really fucking annoying. So, yeah, there's that. It also has the start of any turn ability, which Carlo fucking loves, where you just draw a tactics card, you cycle it, or, and now this is the big one, I do think this is important, if Oberyn Martell's unit's engaged, you can search your deck for a different commander card and add to your hand. Or discard pile, I should say, not just deck. Specifically, you might be looking for Unexpected Exhaustion or Intercept Orders. I don't know. You'd probably be looking for Intercept Orders.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd because he doesn't have a killer card, right?
No.
Like, it feels a little bit like, but I already have the best one. Except that, like, this one only works on the charge. I mean, I believe the other one, if we go back, the other one was just when they activate, no requirement on anything else. Like, just if they're about to attack, Oberon, then they'll become weakened, so that can be powerful. It could be okay. Overall, I think that the 3 cards are pretty mediocre. They're a little bit Oberon focused. So, and it feels like they want you to play Oberon in quite an evasive style. And that is good for, like, the way his background, what we should be thinking of Oberon, rather than just, like, if we compare him to Gregor, for example, he shouldn't be an assault orders, charge in the face kind of like guy. 2+ wounds. His use of Manticore Venom, which is probably better than 2 wounds on every attack, and like having evasive cards and charge denial cards rather than things like assault orders, I do all agree with, but overall, he's not blowing me away. He's going to see play because he has an interesting strategy, not because he's just straight up super powerful.
Yeah. Ariakas, your additions?
No, I agree. His commander, abilities are fun. His cards are nothing mind blowing, I would say. I will say that intercept orders is very annoying. That is I think his most useful card. When I play against Tyrion, I hate asking for permission, and I hate I hate the control aspect. So it's funny when they want to attack you and say, well, flip it to somebody else with a 3+ roll. That card I think is his most useful card.
Cool. Awesome. Right then. We've finished with this man because he's had so much to talk about. So we're going to breeze through the next one, right? A really easy one next. It's Harmon Uller. If anyone doesn't know, I think that this is probably the commander, believe it or not, that there's the most to talk about. He comes with, on his, probably the most simple command card you've ever seen, Supply Aid and Iron Resolve. Two of the most simple abilities that you can possibly have. Healy defensive. So, right, you're thinking Healy defensive. Is he going to come with anything strong? And if you were eagle-eyed or you were reading there, he comes with battle endurance. And as soon as I see something that heals a unit and that improves its morale and lowers its panic damage, I think, fuck me, this is a commander you want to put in the back lines, play a long game with, and sustain. And oh look, you have a unit that literally provides sustain now from your commander. And you just want to feed something really fucking tanky in the front line with this on it, and you just fucking start massacring people. I don't even need to see the rest of his cards to think that immediately Harmon Uller is interesting to build lists with. And then we look at the other two cards. He has Set for Charge. That's a pretty good card. Better than the attachment version. And Spiteful Truce, which, by the way, is fucking incredible. So,
especially Set for Charge.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone doesn't know how good Harmon Uller is, when you look at those three cards and go, well, Set for Charge is a good card, and then you go, Battle Endurance is like a premium card that you want from, Eldon, right? It's a premium card from his package. Set for Charge is like the best card that Brynden brings. Brynden's not amazing, but whatever. And Spiteful Truce for a heal 2+ whatever is good, especially on the condition of passing a morale test for your opponent and it being in long range. Like, someone war cries you and you go, cheers for the 4 wounds, mate. Like,
that's true.
That's insane. I war cried a unit on like 1 rank or like 2 ranks to try and finish it off, and then I restored it back to 3 ranks and he's got Set for Charge in hand. That wasn't very clever.
Yeah, I mentioned it. He's just a really strong pick, and the other thing that he brings, is he adds offense. The Martell deck, not the Doran deck. The Martell deck, unfortunately, is like a Lannister deck. Literally adds no offense power from its own. So you're looking for that offense power for your commanders, and he has this card plus more versatility, I'd say. So yeah, he's extremely powerful on paper.
Yeah, on paper.
Generally speaking, a commander, in 90% of cases, right, brings 5 things. They bring attachment ability 1, attachment ability 2, card 1, card 2, card 3. And you're looking for a commander, in top tier cases, he brings 4 out of 5, which you're like, yes. Pretty decent if you hit 3 of them. You got 1 good ability, 2 good cards. You're probably like, yeah, this is pretty good. He hits 5 out of 5. Now, I'm not saying like I wouldn't swap any of those 5 things for 1 different thing. If I could like pick and choose, cherry pick the 5 things that I'm allowed, I wouldn't end up with these 5. They are all good. All 5 of them. Supply Aid, absolutely brilliant. Iron Resolve, I have nothing but respect for these days, and particularly in the current way that the game is playing out. Battle Endurance, I like too much and keep losing with, but I still I still really like that card. And Set for Charge, I think, really plays into a lot of the things that Martells can do, and it's just an interesting card too. And then that last one, like you say, 4 wounds, shall we say, on demand at a time when your opponent doesn't expect it. The combination with Set for Charge, for example, that like you charge me, I make an attack, and then you pass your morale test and you just healed me. So that charge, which you thought was going to wipe me out, just isn't anymore. All these things really lead to him being brilliant. The standout, obvious choice right now for me.
Yeah.
And it's on this weird, no-name, random character from the books who I'm sure no one knew before this.
I am 99% sure Clarence has just really, really, really annoyed Marwyn. So Marwyn is going to probably now produce a small book on Harmon Uller, his exploits, his history, his family lineage, and all the various different things that go on there. So I hope he sends that to you in the mail, Clarence, to give you some nighttime reading.
His other version is called Envoy of something, right? I know because I have to like read them and type them in. So at a guess, because I was like, who's this guy? And particularly when I'm like, who's this guy? I have to like really, really check that I've spelt their names right and stuff like that, right? Because I'm just like, who the hell? I took a wild guess and I thought maybe he turns up at the same time as the Viper does. Maybe he's been in King's Landing all the time. Whatever. He seems like an absolute nobody. I had no clue who he was, though. As we all know, I'm no reader, so I'm just a casual show watcher. I think most of the chat are with us though. Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is Shara Errol?
I mean, it's interesting. He's actually the father. He's Oberyn's father-in-law via, if you can think of it like that, through Illyria. He is the grandfather of Elia, Obella, Doria, and Lorenza the Sand Snakes.
Okay.
So
Cool.
He is important, and he's the Dornish envoy, I believe, in the Red Keep at one point. I think. So yeah. That's all I really know. And
he's good. He's really good.
Yeah.
And of course, as Mickey mentioned, he's got all these great synergies with Doran 4.0 NCU. If you're playing the long game, natural fit to have that Doran too.
Yes. Like if you're running, so when we talked about like the list pair, where Carlo mentioned like you're probably going to run a Doran 4.0 NCU list pair. I think Harmon Uller of the 4 commander choices you've got in the base Martells, let's not consider neutrals. I think Harmon is probably one of the better choices you have for that the Dawn 4.0 Prince list.
I think the synergy is natural.
Yep.
The synergy with the whole unique playstyle that Martell seem to be bringing right now, like it does. Like I say, it does seem a bit heavily invested on like the Water Gardens and what Doran can bring. But like we're bringing. Let's begin with the assumption that we're bringing 3 NCUs because why not? Outside of bringing neutrals, we're basically bringing 2 of 4 of our own in-house NCUs. Right, we only have 4 of them. So we've got like a 50-50 chance that we're going to be bringing Doran anyway, basically. You think about it that way. So him being quite faction defining isn't wildly unusual.
No.
That's like saying that Windermere is pretty faction defining for the way we think about Greyjoys right now and stuff like that. So
Wow.
I still think that us leaning into that in at least one of our lists is very, very useful. And I think that anything that we can play for rounds 4, 5, and 6 are going to be very, very powerful for Martells. And I like that as an idea. I like that it kind of leans into the idea that the Martells just haven't been involved for forever. They're going to, any given battle is going to be about turning up big at the end and just whittling them down to begin with. So, yeah, I really love this guy. I think that he'd be my first go-to. This with Doran, putting pressure on your opponent to think, God, I might have to table my opponent because he's going to be really, really strong come rounds 5 and 6, and I might not be far enough ahead. Like being a little bit ahead against this list is never going to be enough. You need to be way ahead come round 3, come round 4.
There's also something very important with Harmon Uller. One of the things we talk about with set for charge being what it is. People say, oh, you can charge a unit without set for charge, and therefore you don't have to play around it. Well, of course, you can't do that. There are other things which we'll look at when we fully analyse the units, but in case you don't know, the base 5-point unit for Martells comes with set for charge. Yes, you're doubling down on the ability, but actually what you're saying is that you always don't want to be charging my 5-point units. Now you definitely don't want to be charging my 6 or 7 or 8-point units as well. Because this card is only going to get used on them. I'm not going to use this on my trash. They get it for free. So, yeah, I think it's one of those things you're going to just have to accept playing into a Harmon Uller list. Doesn't matter what you charge, you're going to get hit. Just accept that. Play with that in mind.
Don't forget, that set for charge could be backed up by a battle endurance.
Yeah.
And then a spiteful tactics, and then, you know.
So rerolls. So you charge me, I attack you, I reroll. You know, like I'm basically now the charger. At this point, I'm getting attacked with rerolls, and that's from round 3, which is when we see lots of our initial charges coming in, our first engagements. And, you know, throw in all sorts of stuff on top of that. You could be adding Sundering, Crit Blow. By the end of the game, you might be left asking yourself whether or not you want to charge a unit, which is just going to turn around with a 9 dice Crit Blow, Sundering, rerolls attack against you. You don't know, do they have set for charge or not? And you might forego these opportunities. And that's the really important part. The not knowing whether or not your opponent will set for charge at any given moment can leave you questioning a lot of things.
I also like that you charge me, I set for charge, a spiteful tactics when you pass your morale test, by spiteful truce even, if you might pass your morale test, healing me, and you'll do some more damage, whatever, and then it gets to my turn, and I get to go, right, so now I will supply aid that unit you just charged, and I'll attack you back. Not only did you not kill me, but I've now killed you. Yeah. Watch out for him. And then we move on to Obara. Now, I will say that of the 3 commanders we've looked at so far, one of the strongest things I can say about those 3 commanders so far is that they have clear design direction, right? The synergies are there, and it's clear how the cards interplay with each other and how it works. Oberyn's about the only one where there's a little bit of anti-synergy with same kind of like triggers. Obara is your aggressive commander, right? And she's fucking aggressive. She comes with reckless heroism. Hello, Great John. She comes with fueled by slaughter as well. Okay, that's pretty good. And she just gives the unit she's in Sundering. I mean, that's good. This is.
I like that additional Sundering. Like,
yeah,
I think it's quite important.
This is kind of very good free attachment in the game, like very good. And then I get all sad because I see her cards. She comes with Desert Preparation.
Sustained Assault!
Sustained Assault! There it is. Oh, Sustained Assault. Let's just pretend this doesn't exist. She comes with Reckless Strikes, which is from Dario, with the Crit Blow Precision. Miss, you take a wound. Obara gets to roll highest dice when using it on her unit, which is kind of like what she's probably going to do. And then Desert Preparation. So this is okay. It can be used as cycle, but whenever an enemy completes an action, if they're within long range of Obara, she can panic and weaken them. Which is okay. Like 2 condition tokens. Yeah, it's like mediocre.
I think Desert Prep's a decent card. Like, yeah, it's similar to Kevin has this card pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Except I don't think it's within long range of anything. It's just when you complete something.
It's just
right?
whenever you
just end up
complete
with
an
2
action.
tokens. Yeah, so this does seem to have extra steps that aren't necessary, but the start of turn ability to trade it out is, a little bit of a payback on the fact that you might not automatically be able to do it. But I do think that just giving out 2 tokens when your opponent does something is pretty good. Like, I do actually rate it as just any card that is play and forget is more powerful than a situational card, which could do more than that. So I do think that Operation is the better of her 3 cards, but that's unfortunate when that's what we're saying.
Yeah. Now, Reckless isn't bad. I'll point this out. Like, Reckless is not a bad card. It's just that everyone remembers Reckless from the good times, not the bad times. Yeah, it's I don't know. What do you think, Ariakas?
Yeah, it's just a swingy card. It can get you a bunch of crits and precisions, or it can do nothing. So it's casino, right? It can be awesome or terrible. But it has the potential to be awesome, and that can make it useful.
Yeah, exactly. The potential to be awesome could always be good. And then, as you said, we're not going to talk about Sustained Assault, because if we need to talk about Sustained Assault anymore, you've never seen us talk about anything with Sustained Assault before. TLDR, if you don't want to watch like several hours of us talking about Sustained Assault over the various hundred of episodes that we've done now, this is a bad card. Done.
For Reckless, though, that she has Fuel by Slaughter means that she has a little bit of self-synergy there, right? Like, the Fuel by Slaughter, synergistic with her Heroic Charge, is it called?
Reckless.
Whatever.
Reckless heroism.
Reckless Heroism, there we go. Synergistic with that, we can auto 6 and then heal ourselves. It's synergistic with Reckless Strikes. We can make an attack with our own unit only, really, and synergistically get those wounds back. And so, overall, she's not terrible. She added a 6th thing into those 5 things that you're hoping are good. But realistically, I'm very, very glad that she got Sundering as like an extra 3rd bonus. Otherwise, I would be really saying that she's proper trashed here. Like, the third attachment ability is keeping her afloat, and she's gonna have to go somewhere where that Sundering and that auto 6 charge matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think she's gonna be very scary in Bastard Girls for sure.
Sadness. My problem here is that I think like she's obviously designed as the most aggressive commander, or like an attempt at being aggressive, but I don't really see what Obara offers that Uller doesn't offer, or Oberyn doesn't offer. She has this weird halfway house between the two of the healing and the aggressiveness, and this idea that she can get in and do lots of damage and kind of control the game with long charges, and wants to use Fuel by Slaughter to kind of like generate lots of healing from herself as she goes through. But she can't do any of that because, well, she doesn't have any extra actions. She does one thing per turn. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Which, as Clarence says, like, is why Bottom Bastard Girls become a little bit more interesting, because we can charge off of those swords. Basically, anything within 14 inches of you can be auto-charged. You can shift to make a shot, then you do have 6 movement these days, right?
On BBG?
Yeah. Then we're charging 6 plus an auto 6, and we're getting the added advantage of that, of course, is no auto, no disorderly on top of that. And we're going to assume that we're going to do some wounds, and we're going to Fuel by Slaughter to get some of them back. It does make a hyper-aggressive unit. You're going to have Sundering on them too, Vicious automatically already. Overall, that feels like a place that she can go, but that is, when we're talking about Bolton Bastard Girls being the best use for any given commander, we already know that we're sort of clutching at straws, because anybody and everybody of value can be in Bolton Bastard Girls if we wanted them to.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, it's interesting, Eric, as you actually got the opportunity to play, right? You chose to run Oberyn. Twice, you say. Interestingly, backing up the theory that everyone wants to play Oberyn. And who was your other pick that you picked up and played?
I used Harmon, yeah.
Harmon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just out of curiosity, of the 4 choices that you had, was Obara at the bottom of the 4 choices that you were intending to play?
I'm trying to think who's the other. Oh, Doran's the other
Yeah.
right? I think, Harmon just seemed the most powerful, and then Oberyn's the coolest. Between Doran and Obara, I'm actually planning to try Obara just because I want to just let her loose on the world, just charge things. But yeah, I definitely, I think, there's 2 obvious interesting picks. So,
Yeah.
But Obara will be next in the testing block for sure.
Well, there you go. Hopefully he'll be able to tell us how that goes. Yeah, overall, as far as I'm concerned, she's probably the weakest commander. But really, we need to see how the value from Oberyn can be worked out, and we need to see how the value from Doran Arrow kind of like works. And I can see that not being as strong at the moment until some more units come out. Overall, not great. But from my opinion, Harmon Uller, most powerful. Oberyn, most played. Don't even actually know if he's that good. Then Doran, and then I think Obara case up in the number 4 spot. I just don't like these aggressive commanders. I've said it before. Like, I think they're too easy to pick apart.
And as you say, like, the thing is that Obara is supposed to be the aggressive one, but I like Arrow more in terms of damage output that he can do.
Yeah.
And I like Viper more in terms of threat rather than like actual real wounds that he will do. He will control where your opponent wants to be and what units he wants to engage with in a damage-based manner. And Uller is just there saying, well, I just play a different style. I'm really leaning into late game. And I think that's important and useful for them to have 2 distinct styles already out of the box or at this stage is good. And I think that the bones of these commanders and the bones of the faction looks good. The style of the faction, the synergies that these commanders are starting to have, the movement and aggression that they have in new and interesting ways are all really, really good. So overall, I'm liking what's come out, but there are obvious tendencies at the moment towards those 2. Yeah, I agree.
Jump on Carl's comment there. Definitely the very first game I played with Harmon and Spearman and the base deck, I couldn't help, as much as I am a competitive player and I'm thinking about, like how to win and all that kind of stuff, I definitely felt like right away, I was like, I knew that the history of Dorne is that they were unconquered by the Targaryens when they came in, and they fled away into the sands, but they'd come back and they'd do these guerrilla tactics. And the army really felt like that, with all the tactical repositioning, with all the cards make your opponents roll lowest attack dice, with all the abilities to evade from getting attacked. It really felt like squirrely and shifty and hard to catch. And it was really cool. It felt very distinct from the other factions.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to hear. That is good to hear. So, that's the Commanders segment done. We're only an hour and 18 minutes in. We've done 4 components, 5 if you count the NCU. Right. Martell Tactics deck. Rising temperatures. So, when an enemy combat unit activates, attach until targeted by swords. While attached, that unit suffers different effects based on game rounds. So on round 2 onwards, they can't be targeted by friendly tactics cards. 3 onwards, they suffer -1 to hit, and 4 onwards, they cannot restore wounds. What do you think, Carlo, initially?
The ease of which this gets played, being enemy combat unit activates, means that you can get immediate effect out of it. So particularly from three onwards for -1 to hit. Again, we're back to this idea. You activate, you're about to charge, and I'm just like, hey, by the way, here's -1 to hit. That then becomes a passive ongoing effect that you're gonna have to remove with swords. I think is quite powerful. Powerful because swords is one of the least. It has no impact except when it allows you to make an attack, obviously, right? But the chances, if I'm going to play around it, the chances that I leave you and let you be in combat with me and take swords is relatively easily manipulated. If we compare it to a card like Bribery, right? Bribery has probably pretty similar like actual total effect. Targeting somebody with money bags is way easier than or like way less wasteful than targeting somebody with swords, because I can target somebody with money bags and heal them, take off tokens, do all these things, and remove the bribery. But bribery required an NCU replace, and this one was just on enemy combat unit activation. And I think that actually that makes it a pretty high tier card, in my opinion. Yes, its impact is not wild in the initial moment, but that it has a lingering effect which can annoy your opponent in their NCU usage and where they target and wasting things, combined with the ease with which it's played, I think basically says very good card.
There is something little about this, right? Which I'll take a step back into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire tactics decks that currently exist, and let's look at a card that Carlo knows very, very well, and I'm sure everyone here will be like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Let's just briefly hide this one. Subjugation of Power, which you do a morale test, and if you fail, you can't be the target of friendly tactics cards and you lose all abilities. Now, the lose all abilities bit, quite important. But that whole can't use friendly tactics cards is exactly what this gives without a condition. At a minimum, at a bare minimum, bang, you can't be the target of friendly tactics cards. Because an attack, it can't restore wounds, or it might be at full health anyway, who gives a shit. All of that aside, this is quite literally half of Subjugation of Power. For the rest of the game, caveat, for free. There's no check. There's no morale test. This is just better than Subjugation of Power. Straight up. And Subjugation of Power is not a good card. It's not completely utter trash, right? It's not good, but it's not complete utter trash. I think this is a very good card. What do you think, Ariakis? You're giving me that little.
I was going to say, I think Subjugation is pretty much trash. I think that card gets chucked out. I think people sometimes actively look for that card with Cersei just to chuck it out and thin their deck.
Oh, yeah, they do.
I think the bar is pretty low. But I do agree with you. This card is really good. It's not exactly reverse battle endurance, since you can remove it with sword targeting. And, targeting a unit that's presumably going to get in combat with the sword is actually quite high priority. But I think you bring up a very good point. I never even thought about it that way. I always looked at the third turn, the round 3 bonus, where it's -1 to hit. But now, it didn't occur to me that a lot of offensive units really want to charge and play key cards like, any of the Stark cards, Winter's Might, Northern Frost,
exactly. Devastating Impact, Winter's Coming, all those things, which actually, when we were talking about powerful defensive abilities and useful things like set for charge, right? Lots of people were like, "Oh, Starks are just gonna Winter is Coming you," and it's like, well, actually, you're not. Okay, corner case that I've got both cards and it's all, you know what I mean? But like, you're not gonna guarantee that. And I think that this trigger's incredibly powerful. It's after you've already committed you're committed to this charge at this point. You've activated this unit in charge range, and that's the point at which I say, no cards on this, -1 to hit. And you know what? If we're in round 3 and this is the last thing you're going to do, also, when we go into round 4, you're not going to be able to heal until you've taken swords, which means that you can't open the round with a heal either. So now suddenly when I set for charge, deal wounds to you, they're impactful because you're not going to open the round easily. I think that it's... The more I think about it, the more I think that this card is very, very, very annoying. And that's what you want your deck to do. Be easy to play and annoy and frustrate your opponent's master plan.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a nice way to also counteract the natural squishiness of the Martells in general. They don't have anything that's incredibly durable. So the fact that they reminds one to hit, that they can't play offense cards is pretty important.
Yep. So I agree. I think this is... Don't know if it's S tier. Like, this is fucking bonkers kind of level. I don't even necessarily know if it's like high A tier. This defines it, but this is a good card. Like, you're not going to complain when you draw this card. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
Right. Cunning Ploy. Up next. If you haven't seen Cunning Ploy before, we've talked about it loads with targeting. This is a better version of Cunning Ploy because it kind of gets rid of the issue basically that we had with Cunning Ploy with the still this and that, but it actually specifically, this, that, they. It makes a lot more sense with this particular version. And it's on swords rather than having commander based, obviously being the base deck. I think Cunning Ploy is a fine card, like absolutely fine. People play Tyrion and like Tyrion because this is in the deck. Euron brings this, and it's considered one of Euron's most useful cards. This is just good. Like,
yeah, good card.
Yeah,
very happy to have it in a base deck.
Yeah. The reason I like this personally, and I did think a little bit this with Doran with Arrow, you can Doran pivot march with a pivot at the end, setting up to then march. You then activate some piece of shit, I don't know, someone over there, and then go, oh right, and now I'll march Arrow again in this direction I've set him up for. And by the way, because I control swords, because it's like he's talking about like late game tactics board perhaps, right, I'll just drop a vulnerable token on this unit over here when I do that, and then I pivot, and then I like, right, so I'm actually in the target of my charge's rear. Get fucked. I'm coming in with a coordinate assault charge on your rear. I have a unit of cavalry now. So there is something there. I don't know if it's good enough, and it requires all kinds of weird, janky tactics board play, which I do believe is possible because you're running Doran and you're running this kind of weird thing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced. We'll see.
But as far as base cards go, it's great filler.
Yeah, exactly. Fine card. Dune Tactics, which isn't quite the worst named card in the deck. Rising Temperatures isn't particularly good. What kind of annoys me is this is almost a reverse sustained assault, right? Almost. Except it doesn't have the dumb trigger of needing to start engaged. And because of that, like this is how stupid it is. Like a reverse sustained assault without that one stipulation all of a sudden becomes very good.
Mm-hmm.
If you have more destroyed ranks than the opponent, they roll their lowest dice. You're actively saying you're coming in you're wanting to finish off a low health unit, throw this down. You're not probably finishing them off anymore. Yeah? Control crowns, I even get vulnerable and panic, which are the two best tokens I could want for a Counter-Strike. Like, it's just a good card.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the beauty of it is, doesn't even require you to have more ranks for the lowest dice thing. Might not even be what you want. Maybe you just want, fuck it, I'll just play this card to get vulnerable and panic on you. Fuck it. That'll do me.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. anything that helps mitigate their squishiness is a good thing.
Yep. And free tokens. You play this on the first given opportunity you probably can, and you get the tokens out there, and it's another card that will get played, right? And that's all that matters. It will get play. People make melee attacks. They're quite common in this game.
Yeah. People make melee attacks from a 3-rank unit against a 3-rank unit.
Yep.
And they make it 3 ranks trying to kill off something with 2 ranks. They charge something with 2 ranks with their cavalry, right? Like all of these things happen many times a game, and therefore it will see play and it will get used.
Well, we'll move on to the title card of the Martells, the Unbowed, Unbent, Unbroken. When a friendly unit is performing a panic test after the dice are rolled, that unit may re-roll any dice for this test. If you control swords, they pass this test instead. Okay, so that bit is fire that burns against the cold. It is Eddard's re-roll, with the condition of obviously Eddard, but on swords, which is way better. It's the neutral card worth the risk. Yep, worth the risk, I'm pretty sure. That lets you re-roll if you're short range of commander. It's auto pass. It steers auto pass. Without the auto wins and stuff. Yeah, Jamie's auto pass. That's good, right? That's a good card. That top bit is a good card. And then target one enemy in long range of this unit and attach that card to them until they're targeted by swords. Another targeted by swords attached card. We're starting to see a lot of these. How many times is your opponent even going to get to take swords? You're not removing them. Or until one of your friendly combat units is destroyed. Okay, reversed quest mechanic. Sure, we'll go for that. While attached, that enemy suffers -2 to morale. This is literally a base deck card that is just straight up better, and I mean like fucking miles straight up better, categorically, than Tywin's -2 morale. Like just unbelievably better in all senses.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a base deck card.
Yeah. More A tier stuff. A tier base deck.
So far.
Yeah, it's really strong as well because presumably by the time you got to take a panic test, the tactics board's already been full. There's no chance for them to be targeted by the sword, and so they have to endure that full round at -2, which stacks with other modifiers like vicious, etc. And then at the start of the round, do they use the sword to remove it? What if you're going first and you take the sword, you get a free attack on them and they're -2 again. It's a very, very powerful card. It lets you push more damage through, which I like because the deck itself doesn't find a lot of ways to do that. So it's kind of a subtle way to get some extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I'm not entirely sure about. Whose unit needs to die for this to come off?
It says until one of your friendly combat. So target
Who's
one enemy.
your?
Yeah, I know, right?
Who's your?
So
Is it the person who played it?
Yes.
Person who it's now attached to?
Well, it refers to while attached, that enemy suffers -2. If you are the subject, you're not an enemy. You're a friend. So the subject of the card has to remain you as the player who played it, not the opponent who the card is attached to. Otherwise, that last phrase wouldn't work.
I can agree.
But I do agree.
Really not sure. Yeah.
I know this isn't rules and it's just like flavor, but I guess the theme of the card is unbowed, unbent, unbroken. That's that's how the Martells are. So if you do break them by killing a unit, like, loses the so just trying to figure some intent here,
Now, come on, Eric. We've got to look into the name of the card for who's the this and who's the that.
Is this
fair? That's fair.
Have we got to the point where we're like reading a magic fluff line from like the third line on a fluff text of magic and being like, oh well, this card obviously does this? No, it doesn't.
But I had the same question. I was like, who's it affecting? I was like, what would make sense here? But again, it's my interpretation of what I think the card's supposed to do. purely subjective. It would be nice if it was crystal clear. I do buy Mickey's explanation though, since enemy is one thing attached to, and it's all reference to that.
Yeah, I do think with what we know about attached cards and like attachments and things like this could be cleared up a bit. It's
Let's go.
Good card.
Good card.
Sand Diplomacy, the winner for perhaps the worst named card ever in the history of anything, and insert Anakin, I don't like sand meme. Start of any round. Your opponent chooses one tactic zone. Then you choose one tactic zone. So you've got 2 zones picked. The first time one of those zones is claimed, before resolving that zone's effect, the NCU claiming that zone loses all abilities until the end of the round, and that player's opponent targets a combat unit to become weakened. So, Sand Diplomacy, you play it at the start of the round, and you say swords, and then Carlo tells me crowns. If either me or Carlo takes swords or crowns, the NCU that takes it loses its abilities, and the combat unit of the player who controls the NCU, one of them becomes weakened. Opponent's choice. I don't know how good this is. Right? I looked at this and I'd like to think that I'm pretty good at knowing how solid something is, like good or bad at something is. I certainly like to think that these 2 blokes here would be pretty fucking good at telling me how good something is. Carlo.
Okay.
Carlo first, because Ariakis, you've played this shit. So go on, Carlo. What's your initial opinion? And then we'll get the experienced expert of the game, Ariakis, on this.
I think that maybe you can use it to further lean into the denial of swords, right? Which I think is quite important in general so far in this deck, right? Like we've seen overall denying particular zones to the non-Martell player is something of a theme or a strategy, shall we say, that you can lean into. I don't think that any of these cards, so that includes Euron's start of turn 1, which basically says that if either of us take this zone kind of thing, I don't think any of them are super powerful. I also don't think that the loss of most NCU abilities is that impactful. Also, adding in a weakened means that we lean into this maybe swords effect, right? Like, because I say swords, you take it anyway, I weaken the unit that's about to attack. Now, there are some questions. For a start, if I'm the active player and I'm going to do an NCU who has an on-claim and ability, do I get my on-claim before I lose my abilities? Because, yes, I think so. Which means that I can still swap the zone for something else with Illyrio. I can still pick anything with Baelish. Baelish, overall, generically speaking, seems to be an absolute must-have against everything that Martells are throwing at us, right? Like, you can take swords and replace it with different things when you can't use the swords. Being targeted by swords will take these cards off, do all these things. Overall, I think that it's not going to have the effect that you want it to have if your opponent knows what's going on. And even when it does, you can just plow on through and take the zone anyway. And I think that because it's start of round, one of your 3 NCUs will have an ability that you're willing to lose.
What do you reckon, Clarence?
Yeah, no, I won't lie. Every time I drew this card, I pretty much chucked it. I figured I didn't have the IQ to use it to the best because I was like, well, I kind of want that zone too. But yeah, I think the very niche case where it'd be useful is when your opponent's going first and they're going to take the sword and slap you with an attack. So then you get the weaken token on, I guess. But it's the problem too is I'm just trying to wonder. I guess the most effective NCU abilities you'd cancel are influences, right? Because I was thinking like Marjorie, for example, takes a zone. She would still get to heal on claim before she gets turned off. Influences that matter.
This is a big problem, right? And perhaps it's something that we won't go into the full details of it. We've covered it before. The NCU side of an activation is woefully underruled. Like every action in the game
doesn't have proper ordering steps of like the order that you go through and any timing priorities and where things come in. Most NCUs seem to be able to do their effect effectively simultaneously with the zone. Therefore, you can choose it to be first or you can choose it to be after. All these things create a lot of conflicts when you're both trying to do something.
And that does a big issue with the way that we understand before resolving the zone's effect. Because if you choose to resolve the zone's effect first before using the NCU's effect, then you would lose all abilities. But if you choose to do the NCU effect before the zone's effect, then you wouldn't lose any abilities because you're not in the before the zone's effect segment. This has a huge amount of issues, and actually, like this is actually a ruling, and this is an understanding of one of the most meta matchups at the moment in the Mance versus Night's Watch matchup. Is that this understanding of how the NCU and the zone claim interact with one another is how you know somebody understands the matchup or not really well, because you can, as either player, depending on the level of knowledge, there's a level of manipulation there that interacts. I won't go into the full details of that, but like that is very important. And this card could be very good, and it can be an absolute pile of shit. And that's before we really consider how we'd even use it in a game. Either it just doesn't do anything, and as we said, like only really shuts down like influences, or maybe it's like an Elena or whatever, or it doesn't really do anything.
It's limited to start a round. There's a full 5 or 6 zones, maybe even 7. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a wild 7 zone matchup sometime soon. There's a whole 5, 6 zones. I'm going to pick one. And then you're my opponent. This is best of me saying, okay, I want to block swords, right? Like it seems to be generically, off the top of my head, I'm going to block swords. Maybe I'm going to stop you from bags for a heal, right? Like something like that. Then in response, you're then going to look at the board and say, well, the one I want is this now as my second choice. So I'm not going to block that, and that's the one I'm going to take. And then which one will he take in response? Oh, he wants that one, and so I'll block a third zone, right? So I say, okay, well, I'll take bags, you've blocked swords, I'll do that. And you know what? Letters is also, the third one that I think that you're going to want to take. So I end up taking bags, and now it's on you. You've got less zones to pick from. I picked the next best zone, and I left 2 of them with a bad situation on them. So I really just think that it's the first trash tier card. Like, if I drew it mid-round, I would discard it and draw a new card for the next round. If I had it at the start of the round, because I'd just discarded my whole hand and just drawn into it, there's a good chance that I don't play it anyway, and I discard it. So yeah. I think it's actually close to unplayable in all but a few niche situations.
I think they're the big thing. The big thing for me would be like a Stark setting up like an assault orders off swords is probably about the only scenario I'd want to play this. Like a Caitlyn's assault orders.
Like what are we? Okay, great. That is actually one of our best situations.
That's literally the best. Yeah, that is literally the best.
Caitlyn, we stop you from being able to use Caitlyn, right?
Yeah.
I think anyway, even if we probably agree that you get to put Caitlyn on, take a token off, then she loses her influence effect to that, so she doesn't let you attack on the highest attack dice. Then she throws down on assault orders. The negative impact of taking the zone is really, really very minimal, and it applies to both of us. Like, it's just not good.
Yeah,
I think each game I chucked it out. I never used it. I figured, like, I don't know if I can get a lot of value out of it. It might backfire and hurt me. Downsides don't seem that bad for my opponent. So I'm just going to not spend the time thinking about how to get the most out of this card.
Mark saying, why aren't we talking about? Sorry, is Sun Spear Secrets? Is that the 4-point NCU, Doran?
I'm guessing so.
I really don't understand how this interacts with 4-point NCU, Doran, or how it helps him.
It is the ability on the 4-point NCU. It doesn't.
How is this card keeping zones available for Doran? If they're valuable, the negative ramifications for taking the zone is so low that it is, if it's important and useful, then you just do it anyway.
Doran has no problem, assuming they don't have Peter. Doran has no problem taking one of those two zones every round. Like, nothing stops him. Sand diplomacy is not going to deter your opponent. If what would you rather have, a weakened token and lose NCU abilities, or would you rather give your opponent 2 VPs by round 4? Like, you eat that penalty without. It's not going to stop you.
No.
And not every round. Doran can't always take them because, of course.
That.
Even without Baelish, any round where Water Garden is one of the options, if your opponent goes first, they can take Water Garden and then take the other option directly after it, because you don't get an NCU in between. Now, Baelish interacts with all of that and says that if the Baelish player really wants, then they can do that on any turn where they go first. They can definitely block both zones, but that's all getting into Baelish interactions, which, like I say, like, Baelish just seems to be not a must-have, but like a hard counter to a lot of what Martells want to try and achieve.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the Strangler Poison as well later on. Where the Strangler's Poison is interesting. We'll talk about that. It's pretty mind-blowing mechanic. We'll move on though for now, and we have Superior Positioning, which is the Rob Stark commander card. If someone charges, it's a disorderly on a 3 or less, and vulnerable if they fail, or if it's a disorderly. This just isn't a good card. Like, disorderly, it's nice to give someone a disorderly charge when they're on an auto in. Like, not good.
But it doesn't force them to fail the charge in any way. Nowhere near as good as Oberon's, like, hey, here's -2 movement, which, like, has a real chance to turn that auto into, by the way, that auto, which, you set up exactly 6 inches away, you were really happy with an auto. Oh, by the way, you only complete the charge on a 3. Right? Yeah. Now, if we were -2 movementing something and making them complete the charge on a 3, it can be very, very powerful. But just saying you have a 50-50 chance of a disorderly, yeah, you know what? You're going to play it, but yeah, nowhere near the first few cards that we brought up in this deck. This is not our best. If that's
the other
not
problem
our best,
for me,
then
yeah, go for it.
Sorry about that. I was going to say the other problem for me is that, as Carlos says, half the time you make your opponent disordered, and the other half of the time the card does absolutely nothing.
It's a 50-50.
Absolutely nothing.
It's a 50-50, and anybody who has the ability and really needs a charge not to be disorderly, like Targaryens or Starks, have rerolls. Like a lot of, not everyone has them, but a lot of factions have rerolls, and yeah, this just isn't good. Sorry. Yeah, it'll get played. Yeah, you'll see it every game, and it'll get played. But I just don't think it matters. The thing is, like, and this is the other thing though, is that when it works, it will make a good proportion of players just feel really shitty because it worked, and they'll be like, oh, it's disorderly charge. I can't do this, 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 and this, which does suck, you know. But hey, that's life. And now we have the final card, the Martell quest card. Start of any turn. Target one friendly common unit. They attach the card. When one friendly infantry or cavalry unit is destroyed, you put an order token on the card. Right, nothing new there. Quest card. While the card has a token, each time this unit attacks, for each attack die value of 1, they suffer a wound. That doesn't seem very good. While this card has a token, and this unit's opponent controls the crowns, okay, each time this unit is targeted by a tactic zone, before resolving the zone's effect, they suffer 1 wound. You give this to opponents, and you make them suffer lots of wounds. All of a sudden, not healing? Pretty useful. The problem, I think, with this card, I mean, it's quite a good card. The problem for me with this card is that if something's already killed something to get this card to be put on it, that's actually in working order, unless you're playing a very close game, you're probably already in a really bad spot, and taking like a couple of wounds is they don't give a shit. Like, I think that's the problem with this. Like,
so now we're basically saying now that it's when the Martells kill a unit, right? Like, so it's an inverse quest card. It's actually more like
other way around. You put it on an opponent, and when they
and when their friendly unit dies,
it says,
why
well,
not? It's attached to them. It has to be their friendly unit.
Well, this is the problem. Like, oh god, it's into a rules question, isn't it?
Whose unit needs to die? Target an enemy combat unit and attach this card to them until the end of the game.
Yeah. And then it
so
says
this card is attached to an enemy.
Yeah. Then
and
it says when a friendly
attached to them says when a friendly infantry or cavalry unit is destroyed, place an order token on this card. I am guessing that it means you attach it to an enemy and it's still referencing from the point of reference where you currently are. It isn't changing the point of reference. So attach it to an enemy and I'm still referring to my own stuff as friendly is my only way that this card would make any sense. Because if you do it the other way around, it makes virtually no sense. Are we going to go with an Ariakas? Well, it's not vengeance unless it's one of my units that died.
Case closed, friends. Case closed.
That's shit wording. That's just shit wording.
I agree. I do agree completely.
That card is attached to my enemy, and therefore, from the attack perspective, right? So, I mean, like, when we move on to the second paragraph, we're talking from the first person's perspective. When I make an attack, I take wounds. Otherwise, like, what? Like, every time you attack and it has a token on, like, somebody else magically takes wounds? No. We're now talking from the first person's perspective that each time it rolls a dice of a 1, they suffer a wound. Anyway. I mean, I sort of agree, but literally because of the word vengeance. Other than that, I think that everything should be perceived to be you put it on a unit and then whatever. And Soren says, on all quest cards, have your own stuff die. No, the neutral one does not. No. Neutral one you attach to yourself, and when enemies die, you gain tokens.
The actual second bit is even worse, where it's like, while this card has a token and this unit's opponent controls crowns, because that is clearly indicating this unit's opponent, which is you. So it's not changing the frame of reference, it's actually being very clear with who it's regarding. But it doesn't set a frame of reference, it simply just says, this unit's opponent. Whereas the whole first bit doesn't set that frame of reference very well.
Wait, hold on. Isn't the first paragraph, though, like, makes sense if you look at it, like, in context of itself? Because you say target enemy unit.
Yes.
So it's enemy to me as a Martell player,
Yeah.
and then everything else in the same paragraph talks about friendly infantry or cavalry. So friendly would mean friendly to me as
Yes.
a player.
So the first paragraph is one frame of reference. The second paragraph is a different frame of reference.
Mm-hmm.
And
But what I'm saying is friendly, I think, is clear there because it's friendly to the Martell player. It's not like, when a friendly unit to the enemy unit. It's friendly to me as a Martell player. I think the first paragraph is fine on its, like, in the context of itself.
the problem being, the first paragraph is one frame of reference, which is what we're saying. The problem being is that by saying you target an enemy unit and attach it to them, it's now attached to that unit, and you change the frame of reference.
Exactly.
In
Once
the middle of the paragraph.
attached to a new unit, it feels like we're now on that unit's frame of reference.
Yeah.
As soon as you attach this to an enemy unit, I'm now that unit's frame of reference, in my opinion. I can look. This isn't the hill I'm going to die on, but literally, first time I read it, that's the way I believed it was.
And they suffer a bunch of wounds, which is okay. I mean, the effect is okay. I just think that it's
reckless strikes with no benefit and other stuff.
A wound every time they target a tactic zone. Yeah. I think this would work with something like a poison mechanic if you fail to kill them with your units and they kill a unit in return. It punishes them for doing that. I don't particularly think that this is that strong because, like, quest cards in general are not good. And this is a quest card where you, haha, I'm going to put it on that unit over there, and I go, right, but that's a piece of shit unit. I don't give a fuck.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I mean,
No.
It can kill Mag, it can kill Giants, it can kill Solos, it can kill Champions of the Stag, it can kill things which forcing through wounds are significantly more important.
But if you...
I mean, don't forget that, like, if you've ever played against Mance NCU, the rate at which you can choose to target a unit with tactic zones is quite high. You take letters, you put a token on them, you just got targeted by a tactic zone. You tell them to take a crowns test, they automatically take a wound. There's another one. You try and heal yourself, take a wound, please. You try and make a swords attack. You try and maneuver. You try and do anything with all 5 of the zones, they all target a unit. 2 of them are in the enemy's control to do the target with, and 3 of them are in your own self-interests. So you're saying, oh, put this on a piece of shit unit, and I don't care. I'm like, why have I put it on a piece of shit unit? Like, I've put this on your most tanky, most difficult thing for me to kill.
Oh, 100%.
And so I do think it can have a real impact.
I think my problem, though, right, in the back of that, is you do put this on my tankiest, hardest thing to kill, right? And as we currently know, we haven't looked at the units yet, but, like, you don't have cheap units, really, in Martells. You don't have 4-point units. So if I've killed a unit already, I've already killed, like, a significant proportion of your on-field force. Like, therefore, I'm probably already in the driving seat, and this is assuming you draw it early on. Like, you draw this late into the game, like all the quest cards, it's pointlessly shit. It's certainly by no means the worst quest card, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we take the modern assumption that you have to have a quest card in your deck, then, like...
It's not the worst.
If you stick Lancer pays his debts on his unit, and I stick Ronish Vengeance on the same unit, and they both proc, then I think you've got a shit deal out of it. And, you wouldn't want to take take ones as wounds in favor of having vicious, right? At that point, yeah. And if you control crowns, then you get to put out tokens when you activate or do whatever, like an action. I forget, it's something terrible. And when I control crowns, you're taking more wounds every time I target you. So I think that, like, in the tier of quest cards, it's mid. Obviously, if we think that Endless Horde is a quest card, is not Endless Horde.
No.
It's not Blood of the Dragon. It's not, and now his watch is ended. Is probably not even North Remembers. I do think the auto 6 charge on North Remembers can be super powerful. But yeah, probably beats the others.
People saying because the 1 wound for each roll of a 1, they suffer 1 wound used on Ranger Hunters. Yeah, it could be quite punishing for Ranger Hunters. I guess it gives Martells a pseudo solution to Ranger Hunters a little bit. I guess. But, like, you haven't got hidden traps.
Now that I think about it, What is Dead May Never Die is probably better than this. And
bizarrely, this actually probably counters What is Dead May Never Die in a really weird, weird sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess maybe in the tier list, it might end up being 6 or 7 of 8. Oh wait, of 9.
Yeah, Lannister.
7 or 8 of 9.
Lannister, Baratheon, and neutral.
Is the one that it's clearly better than.
Lannister, Baratheon, and neutral nearly at the bottom. All right then. Anyway, that's the base deck. I mean, there are 5 cards there that are nice cards.
Yeah.
There are 2 cards there where we're like, meh, and there's a card that we look at in Sand Diplomacy, which is kind of like, what the fuck.
Yeah. I think that it's a more impactful, easier to play base deck than a lot of other things out there.
Simple triggers, all of them very simple triggers. Cool.
As I said earlier when I was talking about the commanders, the bones of the faction, which the things that like probably aren't changing for a while, things that you can't just throw some neutrals in to kind of like shore up your inefficiencies. Your tactics deck, your major commanders, those bones are good if they can put together some lists that really work into the meta. Then they'll be fine. They'll actually be a mid competitor without loads of boxes, loads of choices.
Mm-hmm. Right then, shall we move on to the attachments? Now, if anyone's ever seen us review a attachment segment of any faction, Clarence, you'll know this one well. Do we buy attachments? The answer is no! No one buys attachments! Unless they have the word relentless, and then we stop and we talk about it. So, we are going to rocket through these. We're just going to go, like, quick, good, bad. If there's something we want to talk about, we'll talk about it. Certainly any new words, any wordings, or new abilities we'll talk about briefly. But let's just dive in. So, 2-point Oberyn Martell. I don't even need to look at the other side. Is this guy going to see play? No? He may do because he's Oberyn Martell.
Oberyn.
Yes, he's Oberyn Martell, exactly. In non-Oberyn lists, we'll run this command, this attachment for 2 points. Expert Duelist and his Viper's Fangs from before. Fine. I'm probably not buying him for 2 points, but people do buy Loras for 2 points when he's not the commander. With Expert Duelist and another ability, people buy other stuff. Like, he will see play. He might not be very good. Happy with that? Awesome. Right, Areo Hotah, the 2-point attachment version. Battle plan and mark target. Now, mark target you mentioned before, Arakas, very useful in the Oberyn commander lists. I don't think battle plan is that good an ability, except there is, I believe, play for him in a Harmon Uller list. where you want set for charge, where you really want, say, battle endurance early. Maybe you want that morale check heal. I can see Hotah going into some Stormcrow mercenaries for a 6-point unit to get out maybe those start of round piece of shit, or like these charge cards that you don't give a shit from the base deck because you can discard them because they're not good, and then start actually getting some of your commander cards out that are very impactful. I can almost see it making lists, I think, because you're not Night's Watch and you haven't got these cards that are absolutely ridiculous at all levels of the game. Who are the only other people with Battle Plan at the moment on Samuel Tarly? Would you say fair?
No. I'd say you just wasted 2 points.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is very corner case. The fact that it's 2 cards for 1 card makes it, it basically has a specific use in round 1, possibly round 2, that you didn't get the cards that you wanted, so you discard them and get one specific card. I do actually really like that it actually specifies that you shuffle your deck, which, or maybe I should say, I really don't like that it specifies that you shuffle your deck, because it sort of indicates that anything that doesn't say that you shuffle your deck, it gives credence to the argument that when you search your deck, if it doesn't say shuffle, then you don't have to shuffle, which I think is the most bonkers argument I've ever heard people come up with. Because if I have a good memory, well, you know what? Not even a good memory. Nothing says that I can't write things down. I could just search my deck and write down the order of every tactics cards that I'm about to draw, and then say, no, it doesn't say I have to shuffle, so I'll just pick 1 card out, please, and I'll just put it back the way it was. I've heard people legitimately say that without
sarcasm
involved.
Yes, people actually have said that's completely right. That's 100% correct.
That's the way Michael Chanel would rule it. I think that. Anyway, so I hate that it says that, because because of its implications in that way. But overall, I think you're wasting 2 points. I think map target's not quite worth a whole point, and I don't think battle plan's worth a whole point. So why are we spending 2 points on things that we didn't need?
Ariakas, you ran him in a list that you built with Oberyn. You clearly think that he's worth 2 points, or at least worth enough 2 points for the synergies that you're willing to try.
To be fair, that list was a concept to go all in on Manticore, and it said, how many ways can I throw vulnerable on you, and this is the way to do it. Was it worth 2 points in that context? I guess the question is, if you save those 2 points, what do you get out of it? Because I had him in Spearman. I mean, I think your idea of using... could I even fit Stormcrows? I couldn't, because I took Bastard Girls and Flayed Knights, and I took Peter, so it was already maxed out.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a 7-point unit. So what could I have taken instead that would have been better? So now, in the context of only Martells, I could only take Skirmishers. So would I rather have Skirmishers?
Or Oh God. Or do you not have them?
They're not out quite yet.
We don't have those yet.
Because I say that because Royal Guard feel like a very direct upgrade replacement for Spearmen, right? Like they feel like they perform the same role, have not quite the same abilities, but they feel like it's a huge unit role change for the skirmishers. Obviously, you chose Spearmen and Hotah for 7, but if you had Royal Guard available, would you have taken the Royal Guard for 7?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because I think they actually also add vulnerable to martial prowess. So
yeah, they do.
It's almost like you're vulnerable and also. Yeah, I mean, I generally agree. 2 points is not good value for plating your army to 40 points. It was worth it for the extra vulnerable token. I mean, it kind of got the ball rolling, to be fair, in the context of the Oberyn list, because once Oberyn poisons you, you have to think about how many bundles can you throw on, and he does kind of throw on 2 between 2 rounds. But it's probably only usable in Oberyn, and outside of that, I mean, I think it's actually very clever to get battle endurance. But my natural instincts say no. You don't want 2 points. It's very, very specific situational.
we get battle endurance, we can go and get those quest cards round 1, which is the only time that we want them.
Yeah.
Just trying to trigger Mickey there.
No, you are right.
Because battle endurance, see that this is why I'm like, you know what? You don't need to go and get battle endurance, because battle endurance is still a great card when drawn on round 4. You didn't have to fish for it and pull it out your deck round 1.
No, you didn't. But like something like set
1
for
in 10
charge.
games, it's on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, and set for charge.
That's true. But
is a card that you definitely want out in round 2 or 3. Like set for charge in like round 5 and 6 is probably going to feel pretty bad because either you're already engaged or the engagements aren't really new or there's not much charging going on, right? So I feel like you want that card. And some of the other Dawn cards there, like Rising Temperature and stuff like that, you might want at key moments, start of turns or activations.
Oh, come on. Look, Mickey, we were supposed to just say whether or not guys are good and bad. This guy's bad. He's 2 points. Let's move on.
Fair enough. Right, Harmon Uller, 1 point. So immediately 1 point means might get picked. And he comes with Dornish Conviction, which is like Baratheon Conviction, but better. And Reinforcements, which is the ability that modern-day conscript captains, conscript leaders, conscriptors, whatever they're called. Watch conscripts. I don't fucking know. That guy. Watch Marshal. No. The guy that conscripts people. Dornish Convictions. He's better than like a Baratheon Conviction because you don't have to be in a Baratheon or like a specifically like Stannis or Renly unit. It's just a flat out, if you control crowns, you roll highest attack dice. Which is okay. It synergizes with his other ability and reinforcements. You kind of want crowns if you're playing Dawn. I could almost see him being picked up as a 1 point attachment with a Doran Commander list. I don't know if Doran Commander is good enough to see play competitively. That's about the only place I see him being picked.
I just had to do and double check what the Watch Recruiter actually does, and I would say the Watch Recruiter is universally better. He has the reinforcements rule, but he comes with Insight as an order, which means that you don't have to control crowns. You can only use it once per round, but you're going to get max attack dice anyway, and vicious off of Insight.
Doesn't work on ranged attacks though, right?
Okay,
I mean,
yeah,
little...
but like, what ranged attacks are we really like? We're not a hugely strong ranged faction. Yes, maybe there is sand skirmishers. Maybe they're dual bouncing in and out of combat, all that kind of stuff. Maybe, but I think he's not trash tier at 1. No. I just don't think that.
I only think
buy him.
I think you only see him in Doran lists. Only ever see him in Doran Commander lists. I don't see him played outside that.
I just think that if you had this point lying around, it's not the worst point you can spend, but he's got the attachment problem, which is points don't... 1 point. 1 point is not easy to come by in this game.
No. Obara Sand, the 1 point attachment, so with Sundering and Uncontrollable Rage. For 1 point to put Sundering on a unit, yeah, cool. The Uncontrollable Rage, I really don't give a shit about. No. That's the short answer.
You just say no? Yeah, I have to say that, like, who costs 1 point for the Kingsguard? Who gives +1 to hit, and does he give Vicious as well? Or
Mandan, I think?
Is it Mandan?
Might be Mandan.
He requires Crown, but that's like pretty much a gimme inside of
a traditional Lannister build.
Mandan's going to give you +1 to hit and Sundering if you control crowns. I think that that's a better package, Mandan, and Mandan doesn't see play. So, yeah. Not selling it for me.
An Uncontrollable Rage, like a self-morale test, has no synergy that we're currently aware of inside Martell. Like, you haven't got Warrior Sons or...
No. Yeah, I mean, I literally put 0 value on Uncontrolled Range.
Yeah.
if you offered me uncontrolled rage for 0 points, I really don't think I would put it in most of my units.
I might, because memes. No, I wouldn't. Charging on a not a choice is not a good thing. So yeah, that's a no, as Evil Sponge says in chat, a no barra there. All right, Nymeria for 2. So she has 2 points. She brings.
No.
She brings advantage strike, which someone pointed out on one of the Discords somewhere. This really should be advantageous strike. Advantage strike is just bad English. This must be one of those Brazilian translations we've got. When attacking enemies that have not activated this round, this unit's melee attacks may reroll any attack dice, an ability that Carlo kind of likes. And then it comes with Dornish Vengeance, which I don't think is trash, but it's not good. And this is like the funniest shit about this is very similar to Vengeance of the Crown from Boris Blunt. But Vengeance of the Crown is on crowns and only does 1 wound, whereas this does 2 wounds plus. So Boris is kind of sat there being like, oh.
Yeah, but he also only cost a point. So
Yeah, he does only cost a point. The question is,
not worry about poor Boris.
Is advantageous, like, if we assume Dornish Vengeance is 1 point, is advantageous strike 1 point worth?
No, not in a million years.
No.
All it's going to give you is attack rerolls. Like, no, advantageous strike is the most quarter point ability I've seen. Like, I think it's generous to say I'd pay half a point for it.
Wow.
You could double the game to 80 points like everybody asks, and I'm still not paying 1 point for advantage strike. And only partly because it's called advantage strike.
Yeah, I was disappointed reading it because I was like, oh, it's kind of like what cutthroats get. Oh, wait, there's no vulnerable token. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just not good. Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll move on then. Nymeria Sand, another 2-point attachment. So Carlo.
Almost definitely a yes, because I love 2-point attachments.
Comes with naked precision and boisterous charisma.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah. I'm not buying this for 1 point. That total package. I mean, if Nymeria was 1 point, I'd buy it, right? Like, I do think that the retribution is high enough such that you could play around that at a point. But this, yeah, I wouldn't even buy this at 1 point.
I have another massive issue with this card, right? A massive issue with this card, which is something I noticed of a lot of the more recent releases of this boisterous charisma thing, which we're not going to talk about massively. But boisterous charisma on Renly 2, the first time we ever saw it, is innate. Boisterous charisma on Nymeria Sand is not innate. So if you can remove something's abilities without targeting it by an order, tactics card, or NCU influence, then you can still remove boisterous charisma, which then removes all the other abilities as well anyway, which means it can then be targeted. And there are things in the game that's flat up don't target that remove abilities. Which means that boisterous charisma just isn't that good.
No.
Right?
No, I can't seem to find any notable value in boisterous charisma. Like, there's no play or thing in the meta which I'm like, if I could just shut that thing down, it'd be great, right? And you know what? I'm willing to spend a point or two to be able to shut that thing down. No, there's no one thing. That's not really the way good list design is working. There was one specific thing which I needed to stop you using on one specific one of my units, then your battle plan's already bad anyway. All I have to do is deploy further away from you and it'd all be solved. So yeah, I just, again, it's generous to call boisterous charisma a half-point ability. Vision is a half-point ability. So yeah, she's not even worth a point.
0.8, 0.75, 0.5. We're getting there. Dervish Captain for 2. We saw these boys. Sow Discord and Disrupt. I think if you're... Yeah.
I read this guy. I saw this side of the card first. I thought he was 1. And I thought, that's a good deal.
Yes.
I might buy this. Then I found out it was 2, and I was like, no, too expensive. But these are 2 goodish ability. Like Disrupt is fine and is synergistic with our playstyle of Martells. And so Discord has value into things that are happening, even though it's speculative most of the time, because most people are running really good morale. The things that you are able to shut off are basically worth 3 points. Now, if you could make a 1 to 3 point trade in terms of Relentless, then yeah, absolutely. But I'm not trying to make a 2 for 3 point trade, which only happens like 1 in 3 of the time, right? Like me getting you to fail 5 up morale, maybe 6 if I've like managed to do some damage to your watch captain, to your whatever Relentless you are, you know, whether or not you're Victorian or something like that, right? I'm not doing a 2 to 3 point attachment trade to still only have a 50-50 chance.
I don't know what you think, Clarence, on this one. I do think we will see him teched into lists potentially, depending on if Relentless still exists in a strong way and is causing Martell's issues. I don't think you see more than one of him in a list, though. It's not going to get spammed by any stretch. Like
typical attachment problem.
Yeah. But he's good enough to have as a fringe consideration.
Yeah.
The Spearman Captain.
I think it's good that he's not 1, because when I saw him at 1, my mind instantly jumped to, I'm going to have, I could have 2 or 3 of this in the list, and suddenly I'm an absolute anti-relentless tech.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wait, no, I didn't just spend 3 points. I spent 6 points. So, yeah, that doesn't work.
Spearman Captain, order on Threaten. Enemy long range becomes weakened. This isn't that good an ability, really. It's not that popular. Because it normally synergizes poorly with the units that have it, or the tactics cards. Now, the truth of the matter is, like, in Martells, I think this only counter synergizes with Cunning Ploy. Like, literally the only card that it counter synergizes with. There, I don't think they've got any other orders that we've seen that start if a unit activates. So I actually think that 1 point for Threaten, if we're talking about survivability and we're talking about having like problems with not dying, this actually is probably going to see play and probably going to be okay. I don't know if it's going to see a lot of play because it's an attachment, but as an attachment go, yeah.
Yeah, I think C play was an exaggeration. I think not worthless.
Yes.
Possibly the best point you can spend if you've got a spare point left. Yeah, only because you're setting up generically a lot of what you're doing seems to be based around this idea that, hey, I just want to survive until round 5. And Threaten can help that.
So there we go. There's the attachments. The only attachment there that really any interest in, Dervish Captains potentially. I say potentially, and maybe the Oberyn Martell at 2, maybe Harmon Uller at 1, and the Spearman Captains. Those are the only 4 attachments really we're looking at. Maybe 2 of them might see the meta inverted commas Martell lists. Yeah, probably not.
I saw somebody put together a list. It might have even been you, Mickey. Put together a list. It had bottom blackguards in to like shore up how long you're going to be alive. Now, that list ended up with, I think, a Dreadfort captain in it.
That was from Chris.
Now,
yeah.
It's very telling that Dreadfort captain sees no play, despite being neutral, despite being 1 point, despite bottom blackguards seeing play. anybody and everybody can field him for 1 point, that you wanted to put him in the list, or whoever wrote the list wanted to put him in the list over every 1 point option that the faction itself is providing, says everything you need to know about what the faction specific attachments are providing, which is just not enough.
I mean, Clarence, you've been building this, you've been playing games, you've obviously been trying things out, just testing ideas, but I mean, have you actually looked at any of them yourself and gone, oh, that will work in his idea, or are you mostly just skimming over them thinking, nah?
Yeah, I mean, definitely looked at every attachment, definitely thought about how can they synergize with my army, and it's the problem with attachments. As we've said before, said it again, of all of them, the Spearman is the one I most likely use, but probably not. What I'm really considering is if I took Storm, for example. I don't have a third unit of Spearman, so again, thinking about literally because I don't have more 5-point units. If I took Stormcrows, who would be my 1 point attachment? I took the Storm Lieutenant. He's always a solid choice. I think, just to throw weakens round after round is not a terrible thing. But yeah, attachments just generally suck is the bottom line. You'd rather have more units or better units, and it's just the issue with attachments.
Mm-hmm. And as I assume we'll move on to look at it in a second, spending 1 more point, it's not always just like I'd rather have another unit or better units or whatever. One of the most significant places that you can spend 1 more point is moving from the 4 to 5 point category in NCUs. That can really define the game. Running a 5-point NCU, Arianne Sand, Olenna, running Othel, these 5-point category NCUs, Melisandre, they can all start to be list and game defining. Why would I miss that opportunity just to have threaten a 1 point in my list? So really, that's the thing that you have to consider that you're losing, because NCUs in the 5-point category, when good, are really, really powerful. If you're talking about a 2-point NCU, you're basically saying oh no, I'm going to pass up on the ability to have Tywin NCU and instead just take, whoever your third pick, to have Cersei or something else, absolutely low tier. Yeah. So those points, they can do so much more for you. And Arianne Sand is where I'd always spend it, because the assumption is that I'm spending 4 on an NCU to begin with. And spending 1 more in Tyrene is really going to get you a lot further.
The only attachment I could see you purchasing in Martell for 1 point is the only one that you can't, which is the commander version of Areo Hotah. If he was a 1 point attachment, I would say that's Newt / level. Put him in lists. He's just good.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, the NCUs. We're starting off with the big one, Arianne Sand. For 5 points, has this ability called Healing Hands. Not healing at all. This does not heal anybody. At the start of round 2, choose 1 tactics zone. The next time an enemy NCU claims that zone, attach the Strangler Poison card to them. The Strangler Poison card, I will get up for us right now, is this one here. So, no,
it is you dead.
You basically dead. There we go. So, at the end of each round, place 1 order token on this card. If this card has 2 order tokens, destroy the unit this card is attached to. So, the simple way of reading this, you put the Strangler on the tactics board at the start of round 2. As when an opponent to the Martell player takes that tactics zone, you attach the Strangler. At the end of the round that card was attached, it has an order token placed on it. And the next round, at the end of that next round, the NCU will die because that second token comes down. There are an infinite number of problem rulings and discussions already with this. can Elena blank the zone and therefore prevent the attached card going on? Because Healing Hands, the ability, has been blanked, and it's like, no, because you've got to think of it as like a Fire and Forget Baelish card. It's just that they put the attachment of the card onto Tyne rather than the attachment of the card onto the fucking card itself, which is really fucking stupid. Does the card accumulate order tokens even before it's been attached to anything? Because it doesn't say it needs to be attached to Gate of Order tokens, which would be fucking pointless, because at the end of round 2 it would immediately kill everyone like straight away. So like that seems weird. So
but
yeah,
here we go. It doesn't say if you have 2 or more. So if you avoid getting it in round 2,
yes, yeah,
then
exactly.
pick it up on round 3. When it has 3 other tokens attached to it, then you won't die.
These are not the misreadings, but these are all the kind of like potential actual raw rules as written interpretations that are possible with this, which immediately makes me just fucking hate this, because the way it's been written is just entirely incentivizes bad rules discussions that I hate.
Well, I feel like personally, I feel like that's a stretch, right? Like when I read the rules, I thought it was very clear.
Yeah.
Myself, I don't see how any interpretation can come around that the Strangler is in play before it's attached to a unit.
But then the Elena,
how and why would that be a thing?
But
right? Like it doesn't say this card comes with the Strangler. It doesn't say that both of them are there. It doesn't say like they're in play. It says that when next time an enemy claims the zone, then you're going to put the Strangler on that unit. And
the problem being though, the Elena blanking
Okay.
idea, like
now,
the
I do
rules of
agree
attaching.
with the discussion around Elena blanking. Like that is actually, and I don't think that you're on 100% sure footing to say, oh, it's just written on Tyrene's card for the sake of ease. Like, no, I think that I would possibly be in the camp that Elena can blank her.
Potentially. The problem being is that like, I don't actually care about
Because as far as I'm concerned, the Strangler effect wasn't in play. Like, there's no reason for it to be in play, right? Tyrene Sand has an effect.
Yep.
She picks a zone, and then if you activate Elena and say she has no effect this round, then the zone becomes available again.
Or at least the card doesn't attach. The card's still there. It's just that the rules for attaching.
Why is the card there?
Because it's Fire and Forget, right? We know the Baelish's ability.
Yeah, but why are you making this assumption that there's a card there?
Specifically,
the zone now has an additional effect, which if you take it,
yes,
you will attach a card. That doesn't mean, and yes, people will put a card on the table to remind them which zone it is, but nothing about the rules is saying that, like, okay, start of a round, place the Strangler card over one of these tactic zones. Next time they activate this zone, they will take the thing.
Sure,
no,
but that's academic. That what you've just said there is academic. The only thing that actually matters is the attachment of the card is on her card. That's the only thing that actually matters. Yeah. Where the Strangler isn't important. It's just that you would say you attach it to the zone, therefore put it on the zone to indicate that. Like, the problem being is that the attachment of the card being on her NCU creates this discussion of what is right and wrong. Yeah. And if it's not meant to be blanked, then that's fine. I've got no problem with that ruling.
Mm-hmm.
If it is supposed to be blanked, I'm fine. I've got no problem with that ruling.
Uh-huh.
What I want is I want to know which one's right.
Yep.
And it's impossible to know.
Yeah, I can definitely see it going both ways. I was just checking the FAQ to check Olena's ruling, and talks about things have been resolved. Has this been resolved? It's a little bit hazy, unfortunately.
Yeah. Personally, my gut feel is at the start of round 2, she has to choose a tactic zone.
Yep.
But if she loses her abilities, then that zone no longer has that effect during this round, right? Like, and Elena will switch off for a round, Intrigue and Subterfuge if Tyrion, how do you pronounce it? Tyene
Sand. Yeah, Tyne.
Tyene.
Yeah.
Tyene activates, and you go and do Intrigue and Subterfuge, then hey, zone's free again, right? Like, her ability, which for me, until the Strangler becomes attached to somebody, is an always on, not a fire and forget, can be switched off, is my gut feel. Because I feel like it's always on. It wasn't fired and forget. You didn't forget and you didn't implement the effect until it became attached to somebody.
The fire and forget is purely the idea of the choice of zone, right? You can't re-choose the zone.
You can't re-choose the zone.
Yeah.
No, once her abilities come back, it's the same zone again.
Yeah.
I was going to say I panicked for a second because I thought that she throws on this Strangler on her activation, and if you intrigue her, she would never get to do it again. But no, it's at the start of the round before she activates.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, can intrigue just completely turn her off and she never gets to drop her
on turn 2.
Okay. But I guess to talk more about, let's just look at the card as we think it to be played. How good is it? And how good is the card? So people, I think, have noticed that if you only really works rounds 2, 3, and 4, because by round 5 you can take that zone. You don't care if your NCU dies at the end of round 6. So how critical is it to have a zone round 2 even necessarily? Like maybe it's only good round 3, round 4. Those are the action turns, so it definitely does matter. Initially I was in the she's not good camp for 5 points because Peter gets around her, but then I forgot about the factions that are very zone dependent. Mickey, with Free Folk wanting the horse, or with Starks wanting the swords for a sudden charge, or assault order, sorry. And Greyjoys. Greyjoys really want the sword too for what it did and never died. So I guess against some factions she can be very strong. And I guess, the next level of thinking I had was, does it help me against the armies that are kind of on top? Against Free Folk? Yes. Against Targaryens and Night's Watch? Maybe not.
Stops for the watch.
Yeah.
True.
My problem with this card is it is a hard counter. Now, I know that sounds really weird. Like, hard counters are a good thing to some extent, but it is an extremely hard counter to specifically Free Folk, which I've actually got no issue with. But there's also, like, you would obviously nearly always choose the horses. And at that point, it's like, well, either I drew Endless Sword on round 1, or I now have to sacrifice an NCU. Like, you are guaranteed there is no real playing around this if I want to activate the core cards in my deck. My core card in my deck. So not at the top level, but at other levels of the game, people are literally going to hate this. The same reason that people hate field control as Free Folk players who aren't top tier is like, well, what the fuck do I do? And the simple answer is, yeah, you don't. You just accept it and move on with life. And yes, that sucks. But at the top level, we just learn to play around it. We learn to do other things, right? But for a large proportion of the player base, they just go, well, this is shit. I don't like the interaction. And it works for a lot of other factions like Starks or Greyjoys with the swords. It's like, this is just shit. Like, it's an interaction that I desperately need, and now I'm just fucked. But of course,
well, I mean, you're not though, right?
No.
Because it's not like your NCU dies.
But it does. That's the point.
Okay, but not until the end of the next round, right? Like,
sure, yeah.
And so, I
agree.
I mean, how many games? Yes, okay, it leans into this idea that Martells, they desperately want the game to go on the whole round. Like, everything seems to indicate that they want to play rounds 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
But really, in my personal experience, games are going longer. Games are battle endurance is good now. The game is still determined on round 3 and round 4. That is where the crux of the game happens. That is where most of the winner and loser are determined, right? Units will be dead by round 5. If not, then I don't know what the fuck's happening, right? Like, no units are dead by round 5. And if units are dead, then the idea that an NCU could also be dead doesn't be absolutely wild, right? Mm-hmm. And you could choose not to take it if it's that impactful for you.
Yeah.
And if your entire game revolves around you taking one zone of the tactics board, then your list and your faction just isn't multi-dimensional enough. And
completely agree.
That's a you problem.
No, I mean, I'm not worried about this particularly in terms of like how I play the game, what I'm going to look to do, how I'm going to look to play around it. Right. I think it adds a new design feature, a new facet to design, which is good. We saw it before. The old, do you remember old Jackan NCU? I think it was, or like, was it like Jackan attachment, enemy attachment? You got to kill an NCU, and basically it never saw play because it was pointless. I can see this game played a lot because of the effect. I can see it being something you have to think about and play around. I think it is good design for talking about understanding and limiting the tactics board.
Mm-hmm.
But I also believe that this is like almost completely counterintuitive to the very idea that they want to move away from a 3 NCU meta. If I take 2 NCUs...
Why? Why?
Because if I take 2 NCUs and you Strangler one of my 2 NCUs...
Yeah, but like if you take 2 NCUs, then you should be less dependent and less forced to take the zone that has the Strangler token on.
Sure, but 2 NCUs, generally speaking, at higher value NCUs, right? We're talking like the likes of 5 pointers rather than the 4 pointers.
Yeah, but you can never force me to take that zone now.
No, correct.
Right, like there are 5 zones.
Mm-hmm.
I activate, you activate, I activate, you activate, or flip that. And there are 2 zones left, which I can take at all times. Only one of them has the Strangler on. Yeah. So I don't think that it is better for you to play into this with 3 NCUs. I think that's a silly concept.
For me, the reason I think it's better from a 3 NCU perspective is because you're also more inclined to leave the board blank, which means you can activate more than NCUs than necessarily would normally fit on the board without necessarily having to skip in the same way. You most likely will be skipping still because of the way your activation order works. But for me, the thing is, this does nothing to stop a current meta like discussion or problem or whatever you want to call it that people have been playing and complaining about forever, and yet it is something that directly impacts the NCU board. And it's kind of like it's the first time we've seen a design feature that's, I'm not going to say severe, but it's quite a heavy counter or a heavy control piece in that perspective of the board. And I don't think it does anything to actually change the meta on that side of the board. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to say. And so if you're designing a heavy control piece that then doesn't impact the meta in some way, it doesn't feel like it's heavy enough, which seems ridiculous. That's me. I think it's good, but...
I know that it's a discussion that we've been having for almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
But like, I literally think this idea and concept of whether or not there's a 3 NCU meta is just fucking worthless.
No, I mean,
and not just your discussion, like everybody's discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I actually just don't care.
No, neither do I. I don't care what it is.
Play 0, play 4, do whatever you want. But this idea that like you now are analyzing whether or not this new piece that they've introduced is designed to stop the 3 NCU meta. It's like, who cares? Yeah, people will use things that are most efficient, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that this changes that in any real way. I don't think that it impacts 2 NCUs more than 3, more than 4, more than using Gilly as a 7th NCU, or whatever you want to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that she is good for her specific reason that she can force the swords to remain open and untaken in rounds 2 and 3, and maybe even 4 if your opponent doesn't want to lose it in round 5 as well, right? But I think that that part is good enough in isolation, and then her combined effect with possibly forcing Doran to be able to take the zones that he wants to take on rounds that he wants to take is also important, doubly so. I think that if you're running Doran, you want to try and find the points for Tyene, if that's if I can get that pronunciation once right. I think that I would use her whenever I can find a point. If I'm not hard capped at 28 points, and I say 28 because I personally run 3 4-point NCUs whenever possible. That's my preferred style. Yeah. It could be 8 for you if you're talking 2 4-pointers or whatever. If you can find that 1 point and field 27, or you can field 31 and play 2 NCUs, bringing her will give you a lot of value. I mean, again, this idea, maybe you run 2 NCUs inside Martells, and you expect to play into 3 NCUs a lot. You totally ignore Doran. You run Tyene and you run one other thing. And now you're going to force your opponent to skip one of the zones every single round or die, because you're never going to have to take it. And you can also always force it to be one of their last 3 zones to take. I think that all of those are powerful pieces. I think she's worth 5 points. This idea and concept of whether or not she stops the 3 NCU meta is like, who cares? Who cares? I'm using her because I think she's good.
Look, I don't give a shit what the meta is, right? I think you misinterpret what I'm trying to say is like I care running 3 or 2. I actually don't give a shit. My point is, a proportion of the community do care, and it's been said that the design team have tried to push people away from running just 3. Like, that's not me. That's lots of other people. And
then the community is stupid, and the design team continuously fail in that attempt.
Well, the community being stupid is certainly an extreme position to take, but the position that the design team have failed to make it reality, though, I think is a much more reasonable stance to take. They aren't making this supposed design idea a reality. They just aren't. Yeah. So
1, 2, 3, 4 NCUs.
Doesn't matter.
Practically, it's smooth brain shit. Like it's the most basic level of analysis that we did 2 years ago when nobody really understood list design. Nobody had looked and analyzed lists in that kind of way, and it was the first thing that I ever thought to analyze. Literally the first thing that I thought, hey, why don't I look at 2 versus 3 and what their win rates are?
Mm-hmm.
I almost instantaneously moved on to show that actually what determines win rate
is
back
activation.
then, and it's still true now, is whether or not you're playing 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 activations. That's what matters. NCU count is a symptom of trying to achieve higher activation count, but it's a fucking pointless discussion.
No, I agree.
No need to be had, and there's no need for them to try and create rules that diminish one or the other play style. I do think that, irrespective of all of that, she's a good NCU who I would field. I would pay the 1 extra point over the 4-point NCU that I'm already buying to buy.
Yep. Did you run this, Clarence?
No, I didn't. Yeah, my first list with Herman, I used base starter, and that meant I only had 12 points really for my NCUs. But I want to kind of circle back a little bit to Carlos' point, because I didn't think about how the round where you need the Water Garden or something else, your opponent can squirt that round's order generation for Doran. So the idea that she can poison Water Garden or whatever is really, really important. Yeah, you want 6 points out of Doran NCU. You don't want 4 points, right? So you want to make sure you have your 4 tokens by the end of the game. So I think it makes a lot of sense to take her in that combo. And again, when you do that, you're going all in and just saying, I hope my opponent doesn't have Peter, right? So I think she's critical actually in that list, I'd say. And otherwise, I think she's very fair. Like, yes, she's going to be really good against Starks, Greyjoys, and Free Folk, but she's, I think, not going to be fantastic against the other races, because I think most people have Peter and they don't care about that poison zone.
I think there is a big issue for me here, which we've said a lot, and I know Carlos said it a lot, and he's coming up now in literally every discussion point that we're having around the control and the tactics board. But Peter is becoming ubiquitous. Like, I already think that he was. I know, Carlo, you talked about him as being the third NCU, but like, when he's the third NCU in every list, he might as well be the first NCU. Like,
yeah, and he actually practically is now.
Yes, and with Martells, he definitely is. Right, definitely, 100%. Like, and that's my problem, is that it's not Baelish is better than your other NCUs. That was never really what I was trying to say with you should always pick him. It's you should always just put him in your list first, because I can almost guarantee that the value he gives will be worth a 4-point NCU slot. Like, he's your first NCU because you haven't decided what your list even fucking does yet. And with Martell's, like, access to Baelish is just like, I don't think this is a problem, but if I was a designer of a game, I would look at this and say that Baelish is a problem. I shouldn't design something in a game that everybody takes. I don't give a fuck, because I'm a player of the game. I'll pick whatever's good, and if that means I'm always going to pick in Baelish, I'll pick Baelish. But from a design perspective, you don't want to make something which is picked in like 70% of scenarios where there is active choice. So having it appear in 80 or 90% of scenarios where there's active choice is really bad. Yeah.
I mean, Paul's right, which is, chances are Peter moves to 5 points and still sees play. Just to answer a few things quickly, Paul is also wrong. Wouldn't it piss you off if your NCU died on round 6 and you lose on tiebreakers on points destroyed? Points destroyed isn't a tiebreaker. It doesn't exist. NCU's dying doesn't do anything for you or your opponent, except, I guess, in a tournament, technically they score that many more points destroyed, but the tiebreaker is points on the table. NCUs never counted, never have counted, never will count unless the tournament document changes. And just to answer Heather, though, she was already answered. If you move somebody, you can't force somebody onto this zone and cause them to be dead because of false agenda.
It's on claim.
Claiming is not the same as being moved onto.
Some people saying that for Baratheons, like Alistair Florent is a good counter. No, is the straight up answer to that. Alistair Florent is not a good counter because Alistair Florent doesn't counter jack shit. Never has done and probably never will.
Alistair Florent just allows you to have the zone as a control after having not taken it and not claimed it and not had anything. Basically, he can sometimes use the effect that Baelish just can say, "Oh, I want to claim that zone now, right now."
The thing is,
which is again why he's just a poor man's Baelish.
If that's a thing, though, like honestly, if that's a thing, like Renly sides potentially, like we discussed before with the attachment rules, Renly side just runs a Lena for 1 more point, doesn't run Alistair Florent because it's worth the extra point in this case.
Yeah, I don't mean to dump on the Alistair suggestion some more, but the Baratheons don't even want the sword. only reason why they'd want the sword is to like control it against the Martell cards. Like that'd be like 5D kind of like thinking ahead to like be like, aha, I want the sword to not be affected by your cards, not to benefit from my cards.
And then they block the letters or something, and it's like, well, I'll just make crowns and with Baelish anyway, or whatever, you know. Yeah. Carlo, why is Peter everywhere a bad thing?
Everywhere a bad thing? Any one unit, particularly a unique character, being everywhere is just not interesting in game design, and particularly him being neutral detracts from the uniqueness of other factions and detracts from lots of, like, Peter being in 90% of lists means that there are 8 other factions whose NCUs a number of basically see 0 play, whereas they all could receive 10% play in favor of Baelish receiving 90% play. So we'd just rather see more variety.
Yeah, it's not enough. I was gonna say it's not enough to remove his once per game. Making him 5 points would be so bad for neutrals, like the neutrals on their own.
That's true.
It's a really tough nut to fix. Maybe I don't know.
Honestly, at this point in
fixing neutrals is an argument almost as tired as NCU count.
Yeah, we won't go into that, but yeah, Baelish is good, and Baelish is going to see more. None of us care as players, but from a design perspective, you can't.
Mickey just likes to whinge about Baelish seeing play because he plays Free Folk almost exclusively, and therefore can't pick Baelish.
No, it's not.
So anything that empowers Baelish is a nerf on the old Free Folk.
I mean, troll is real troll there. But I will just simply say that like Free Folk don't need the help from Baelish at the moment. Like Free Folk are very strong. Like I've got no problem with that. It's the fact that like why make something which is neutral the most powerful piece in the game? It's exactly the same problem that we had with Walder in the previous edition, right? And Varys before. It's making these neutral NCU pieces the strongest thing in the game. Is just not interesting, and it never has been. You know, so when I actually think, and side thought as well, if they're the strongest pieces in the game as well, it's what makes Free Folk better, ironically, because the Free Folk have to have something that can compete on a level with neutrals. They make something that's really good in neutrals, and so what they do with Free Folk is make the whole faction better. De facto, Free Folk become a strong faction without access to some of the strongest stuff in the meta. Nerf neutral NCUs, nerf neutral stuff, and you can then effectively nerf Free Folk along with it, and Free Folk won't be a good faction anymore. I actually think that would be a solution.
End of paragraph.
Anyway.
Heather asks how we're fixing it. Actually, I think Nathan's got a really good idea, which is you could just make him token-based juice.
Twice a game, or 3 times a game.
Yeah, I was thinking probably sat it twice per game.
Yeah. I would allow it, and like 3 times a game is like basically every time you're going first, or which is probably where you're going to use it most.
Basically, I mean, half the time I don't use Baelish anyway, right? Like because I mean,
So twice a game is
be too little.
Twice a game is probably enough.
Two's just right.
And then as Nathan says, either with or without the once per game effect that you either could or could not have.
I think you could keep the once if it's at 2. Probably.
Possibly. Yeah. Or they could both be once per game effects.
Do a Christopher, yeah. That wouldn't be terrible either. Right, we'll move on, finally, to Nymeria Sand, 4-point NCU. Influence. Now, this influence is very good, and if anybody here plays Targaryens and looks at Zarozo and Daxos and goes, oh, he might be quite an interesting NCU to put on the board, well, you're now crying because this is just straight up better. I think is just way better. It's an influence which simply says if your opponent or you controls certain zones, then certain buffs are then given to said zone. We have
Yeah, she's very good.
Crowns.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, sorry.
No, it's alright, don't worry. Crowns is vicious. Either player controlling swords is crit blow, and either player controlling horses is +1 move. Go on, take us, Arakas.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say in my Oberyn list where I didn't run Doran, looked at 3 4-point NCUs. Peter was on the team, and then Ilaria was on the team. And I went through the list of other 4-point NCUs, and she popped out. I actually didn't think she looked fantastic on paper, but then when you start using her, by the time you start fighting, the tactics board's filled out. Someone's controlling those zones properly, and then all of a sudden, your units have these great keywords. So it's just a solid NCU, great influence, and she's 4 points. Very, 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 very good. She's good. Let me take back some varies. She's good.
Yeah, I agree with the either of us controlling that they're cumulative, right? Like we can have all 3, right? And then the only limitation being friendly infantry unit. All leads. I mean, like who's going to put vicious and crit blow on flayed men anyway? Because we already get them. I think makes her very good. She's a real strong 4-pointer. Yeah, I'm not quite into auto include, but like giving things crit blow and vicious really pushes unit threat potential, if not the actual reality of what they do, but the fear of what they might do to really high kind of position.
I tell you why
I'd use that like 100% of the time that I wasn't playing a Doran strat.
The reason I think she's very good is like away from Doran for a second. Like if we don't consider the +1 move, which your grit in Free Folk very, very strong. I think said it before earlier today. Movement is very, very strong in the game, so giving yourself +1 move is very strong. Just opening with a swords play with Nymeria, giving a unit crit blow on the first attack of the game, is just good. Like that's just a fine thing, and that's exactly what Lyanna Stark is doing in Starks at the moment on a 1 death penalty, right? And that's coming down for free. Okay, you don't get the +1 morale. But then you also being like, right, that was that crown zone that I might want. Okay, it's not a good zone, but I might have a replacement effect if I've got Doran Commander, or I'm going to have some other effect perhaps off the crown zone that I might want to use, even if it's just a morale test on you, fuck it. I can run that and get vicious as well on the later attacks. And if the Water Garden is in play, because I'm running the 4-point Doran, I might need to take crowns anyway with Doran to get a point. And then this whole thing where, oh yeah, by the way, if you have a replacement zone for crowns yourself, like a heal or a movement, like an Illyrio, you're still giving me vicious. Like, there's no penalty for me not taking it, because you also give me the penalty. And it's that double penalty. Like, you're not stopping these effects in the later round.
Mm-hmm.
This,
I think I have the same question that Ilya has, which I don't think we need to sit and hash it out, but I don't actually know quite how the Water Garden itself interacts with this, with its full effect being that your opponent no longer controls zones or whatever. I don't know the exact wording, but I would be interested to know how it specifically interacts with it. Who controlling what means that, if anything, it gets lost and nobody controls it at that point. But either way, I think that she's good, and I'd use her quite a lot. I think people just need to double check their Water Garden interaction. I'd use her. I'd use her anytime that I wasn't. So that's actually, for me, it doesn't particularly matter, which is because I feel like I'd use her anytime that I wasn't using Doran. With Doran, I personally feel like I'm going to use Baelish and, if possible, the Strangler, almost 100% of the time. So there isn't space for Nymeria. Plus, He's talking about offensive keywords by large majority, and your Doran strat for me is mostly going to revolve around surviving through into the late game. Of course, you still got to do damage to threaten kills and score points and do things like that. But it's not our primary focus, and it's not where we're going to stick a 4-point NCU. But I do think that if you're talking about Oberyn based lists or something more aggressive, then yeah, she's really good.
It does synergize or work with the Water Gardens. I have just checked the Water Garden wording. Water Garden wording with while you control this zone, opponents do not count as controlling tactic zones for abilities or tactics cards. So Nymeria wouldn't count as controlling any tactic zones, but it says if you or your opponent controls, so your opponent does control the zone, therefore the ability would be applied. Because you don't count as controlling.
If I control swords and I can control crowns, for example, and my opponent takes Water Gardens, then neither of us no longer control any of them, right?
You control Water Gardens. I don't control crowns or swords anymore, so I'd get the third effect, but not the first two.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool. Right, moving on. We have Oberyn Martell, the 4-point NCU, who will probably see play because his name is Oberyn Martell, and if you're not running him on the field for an extra wound with Expert Duelist or his commander, you'll probably be running him as an NCU. At this point, you've got 3 options to take him. He's going to see the field. Hot-tempered. While influencing a friendly unit, each time an enemy attacks this unit with melee, you suffer 2 hits plus 1 for each of the defender's remaining ranks. This is overgrowth on an influence card, but only affecting melee attacks. Do I think this is good? Yes, I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's good. Clarence, you have him, right? So he comes in, just to check, he comes in Heroes 1, and he's a new sculpt, a specific NCU sculpt, and the combat version came in the star box, right?
Yeah, that's right. Combat version's got a cool spear, and the NC version's just kind of chilling.
Yeah, cool. Doing the cool chill pose.
Yeah.
This will see play. The actual thing that I think makes Oberyn bad, if I can call him bad, is the fact that he's an influence. That's actually the thing that probably makes him not as good, because usually with influences, you typically only really run one influence from your 3 NCU package, and he's just competing with other influences which are pretty good. So yeah, that's probably the only reason he doesn't see play. But even then, you could almost run him in as a second influence, because you'd throw this on the other one of your 2 units which are at risk of being attacked in a given round. Yeah, I think he's fine.
He's fine. He can't be much better.
No. Next up, Nymeria Sand for 4. Lysine Charm. So, when she claims a zone, target a friendly combat unit, you may remove 1 condition from them. Okay? If you control swords, target 2 enemy units in long range of the targeted friendly unit, place 1 condition on each of those enemies. I think this is
really strong.
Really good. Yeah, really good.
Really good.
Yeah.
Possibly the best of the 3.
Yeah. Easy.
Easy for you.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
I guess.
Yeah. A, she's 4 points. B, she's helping you removing tokens. She's placing tokens on you, which has so much synergy with so many parts of your army. Yeah, she's always doing something.
Maybe I just have to get more comfortable with sand skirmishers being within short range of people. But everything I've felt so far is that Martells really would like a long range unit. That they would love to probably bring Stormcrow Archers.
Sure would, with tactical reposition, absolutely.
Yep.
I feel like their affinity to take swords at all times, even when things aren't engaged, their affinity to keep their opponent off swords, their desire to soften things up before attacking, all those things really lead to me saying, I think Stormcrow Archers feel like a really strong fit for them, but it feels maybe like some kind of desert archers. I mean, if you gave them the Greyjoy Archers, we'd be talking top tier faction right now, but like not everybody's allowed to have Greyjoy archers.
The
Greyjoy
best
bowmen.
point archers in the game. Yeah.
Not even the faction at the bottom of the rankings is allowed Greyjoy archers that often. Oh wait, that's Greyjoy. It is actually funny because if you look at a lot of Mikkel's lists, and I know Mikkel obviously a very good player, right? But a lot of his lists, it's Greyjoy archers are about the only thing he sees multiple of ever in a list. Greyjoy bowmen. So.
But
yeah. Anyway,
Nymeria, I think she's really top tier. Whether you're running archers or not, taking swords, zone control is already super powerful. Doug, no, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah, I think that she might be close on auto include for me.
Yeah, and I like it that unlike Caitlyn or Daenerys, she doesn't have to remove that token either. So you can like double dip in a way certain kind of abilities.
Yep. Cool. Right, let's go on. Doran Martell, 4 point. We don't know what this guy does. Let's just skip straight over him. No. Doran Martell. This is the big one. This is the one that we've talked about without talking about him multiple times. He
faction defining.
Yes. Yes. He is quite literally faction defining.
So I said it earlier, right? For me, the value of him is let's call them corner case interactions. Whether or not they become really common interactions, we'll have to see. But let's assume that Doran can at least apply pressure that your opponent has to be taking and blocking these zones. Let's begin with that assumption. Now, I think that applying that pressure and forcing them to take zones that they didn't want to take at times when they didn't want to take them, otherwise they risk just losing points rounds 5 and 6, 4, 5, and 6, even possibly, if they just give you free reign. I think that pressure for a 4-point package cannot be underestimated. Forget whether he actually scores you points. Forget whether he actually wins you the game or you feel like he won you the game. I think that the pressure that he applies on your opponent to be the instigator, to be the aggressor, to possibly look to table you rather than do whatever, to force themselves to be 3-4 points up instead of just being happy with being 1 point up. I think that all those things are absolutely invaluable, and I don't think any other faction can bring it to the table for 4 points. And that's why I think Doran's so important and why he should be in one of your lists at all times.
I also, for me, feel like he pushes for want of a better term, he pushes the issue regarding he have to be the aggressor to try and not lose. You have to be aggressive, and he plays away from the early game kind of like tactics board rush, we call it, right? But they're generally widely considered in the first round 1, round 2, to some extent round 3, depending on what cards you've got available. You generally fill the tactics boards first because you don't want to give a position of a unit's activation away to then be abused by the tactics board and your entire opponent's army. And the Water Gardens as a zone forces on-field activations earlier in the round, and if you can do that, if you're going first as Doran, the Doran player, on round 3, I worry quite a lot that you basically force your opponent to have to be aggressive in round 3, where they might want to set up for an opening on round 4. And if you can force people into these very aggressive round 3s where they normally want to be setting up for an aggressive round 4, that might well be a game-defining way that Martells win games. Like, I am thinking about how I not build around it. I don't think building around it is the solution. I am thinking about how I play around that. How do I force, and what units do I have in my roster that go, right, he's going to force me to make movements early. How do I do that?
How do you feel about him, Clarence?
Yeah, no, I don't like him. Don't like him. I don't think I would include him in one of my 2 lists, honestly, because I feel like handicapped entering a game where a tournament game where my opponent has Baelish in both his lists, and I go, well, I can't use my Doran list, probably, assuming it was built to just run away and hide and stay alive. I feel
Why though? He's still 4-point NCU.
Who does nothing.
So?
That's terrible. I want everything to do something. I don't want a 4-point NCU.
How many people out there desperately say, if you created a 3-point NCU that was blank, I would buy him 100% of the time?
Yeah.
Right? How many games do you have Baelish, who we all agree is practically a 100% pick, best 4-point NCU in the game for like various reasons, and you use his ability on 1 of 4 or 5 rounds?
His ability. Okay. I don't know about that. I think Baelish probably gets in at least. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the pressure alone, I don't care if he scores me a single point. He forces you to take a zone that you didn't want to take at the start of round 3. That's an effect that was worth being 4 points for.
So problem number 1 for me is, again, I don't like it that I feel like he isn't giving me value into matches where he's countered. And then my second problem is, there's some factions that would be like, cool, you're going to score 6 points rounds 4, 5, and 6. I'm just going to come and kill you. And that was my plan anyway, because I play Knights, I play Targaryens, and I play Free Folk. And I was never going to hang back and play the game slow. I was always going to come out and kill you anyway. So I don't know.
If we were even talking about him at 5 points, and we'd paid 1 point more than somebody else to have this ability, I would be like more on board with your discussion, right? Like that, where 1 point, is it worth spending a point to have this, right? But when this is the bare minimum that you can pay for an activation, right? Like this is the bare minimum that you can pay for an NCU. He is bottom dollar, cheap as things get. And yet the impact that he could have is huge. And also specifically, I want you to talk through why you believe that Baelish 100% counters it.
So let's say you're playing Martells and I play, something with Baelish, right? So round 1, you're guaranteed to get your token. Round 2, I would take the, crown, or I guess round 2 I could even just take the Water Garden as a Water Garden, I guess.
Yes, you do. You've got 2 options. You can take Water Gardens or Crowns.
Right. So round 2, I take Water Garden. Let's say you don't get your token. Round 3, you'll get your token.
No, specifically, how did you stop me from taking the crowns?
I'm going. So the Martell player is going first and second, right? It alternates.
Cool. So you're taking Water Garden, and then you're taking crowns.
Yeah. Well, no. You actually you Baelish.
Cool. If I could make you take a shit zone, Water Gardens, and then crowns, if that was a 4-point NCU ability, I'd say that was an amazing ability.
Well,
if that was my entire ability, which is you must take Water Gardens, then Crown at the start of round 2, I'd say, man, you're going to have a bad NCU round. I now have letters, tags, swords, and horses, with which I get 3 of with my 3 unactivated NCUs.
Yeah. I mean, that
didn't
is
just
true.
counter me. You just walked right into my strategy, which is I'm not here to score points with Doran. I'm here to force you to block Doran. And the more you try and achieve it, the more Doran is worth his points.
That's true, except in that period of time, and like depending on what you've got, you've already activated all your combat units, or a good proportion of them. They're already activated.
Two, right? Like you
can
can
make it three.
Baelish can only force me to activate.
You can make it three. Baelish Crowns take Water Gardens 1. You then take Water Gardens 2. I then take whatever letters, swords, whatever the open zones left with my third NCU.
Yeah.
So if you
then
then
force me to activate a third
sure. So it's only 2.
combat unit.
It's only
you
2.
Force me to activate 2 units.
Yeah.
It's like, so what? Half of all games is like a unit of spearmen activating and saying, yeah, I do nothing.
Yeah.
Plays away from cunning ploy in the base deck.
Forget the side effect too that, if you play against, Intrigue or Olenna, he's not good either. I'm even thinking, like, in my Harmon list, which is going to go long, right? Would I rather have Doran or rather have another one of those 4-pin NCUs, Oberyn, Ilaria, and Nymeria? And I really think I'd rather have guys who will always have, like, an on-field kind of effect. But, I will say I didn't think about the fact that I, may have spent 2 NCUs to take 2 undesirable zones at a key moment. Checking out round 3, envelope and horse. I mean, you might want the horse round. I mean, just think, wait, if I'm Peter, I would round 3 take the envelope, use it as the water garden, then take the horse. I mean, that's not terrible. I don't know.
But again, you keep using the water garden, and I think that if you also build the list around the idea that using the water garden isn't the worst possible thing, and hey, what do you know? Our 5-point combat unit, like, has set for charge, has the ability to shift. Like, it's and it has okay defensive stats of like a 4+, 6+, right? We'll come on to it, but like, it is up there with Wardens as the most pass token combat unit can be. It can almost handle itself in a fight. It's not free bait to be just charged by anything if already activated. It can hold objectives fine. I think everything about them is set up around Doran Water Gardens being one of the most subtle control pieces in the game. I think people are going to be obsessed with the amount of VPs that he does or doesn't score. But I think everybody will wildly underestimate the way it manipulates people around the tactics board, and I think that is huge.
How do you feel about him rather than going second? But how do you feel about when Doran's going first? Which is kind of when Doran's like at his worst, because you're having to take in your first 2 activations of the turn. We assume Doran is going to want to take one of those 2 zones, probably. Of course, not always, but he's going to want to probably take one of those 2 zones first. So he's nearly always NCU 1 or NCU 2. Now, if you're taking Water Gardens yourself, you can force on-field activations that you can then respond to and things like that. And like the reverse is true on the upturns, if you will. How do you feel about that?
But like, so what are you basically saying? That, I mean, I don't feel the need again in like pressure situations to activate Doran and take a zone that I don't want. Because if I activate and take a completely separate zone, then both are still open. Now you still have to go ahead and use water gardens into. So assume you have Baelish. Now assume you have Baelish, you can water gardens and then do whatever other effect it is. If water gardens is one of the 2 things I need, end of list here. But if not, then you're going to have to Baelish the water gardens, then take the water gardens, then take the 3rd zone, right, to block everything up, right? If Water Gardens is none of the requirements, for example, round 3, letters and horses, and I go ahead and take swords, you're still going to have to block letters and horses at the same time. And the only way to achieve that is through Baelish onto Water Gardens or use of Water Gardens itself. And if that's a trade, then I'm happy to make. That's a trade I'm happy to make. Again, I don't think that you need to do anything more than pressure to score 2 points on round 6 for him to have continued to gain value. I think you should pick up your tokens and your points wherever possible, but I don't feel that he's at all unplayable into Intrigue and Subterfuge. I don't think he's unplayable into Elena. I don't think he's unplayable into anything, because if you're utilizing all of your shutdown on my 4-point NCU, then I've already won the exchange, because I'm a 4-point NCU. I couldn't have gotten any cheaper. I couldn't have been any worse. It's the rough equivalent of you utilizing your best killer units and killing my 5-point chaff. And I'm like, objective achieved. I just wasted your time. While I actually went ahead and won the game how I intended to win the game, what I did was I drew all of your focus onto this thing that you thought was important. But actually, it was just an added nice little bonus for me.
That's all well and said, and I actually do agree with that sentiment, because and this comes from a free folk player's perspective, right? And it's worth remembering, I basically can't stop you. As a free folk player, I cannot stop Doran. I actually can't. It's not possible, right? The only thing that I've got to play into me, ironically, is Mance Wildling Diplomacy.
Well, I was going to say, Wildling Diplomacy is actually one of the hardest counters to it. Yes. I'd say it's more a hard counter than Baelish.
Yeah, but you haven't got, you're not running solos for a start, so you're not it's not like you're suffering, you're losing activation or anything like that. It's just one condition token and some wounds, twice. Which, that's not nothing, but it's as the Martell player, you should just be accepting that and moving on straight away anyway. Again, you should just be saying, right, well, it's going to happen. Can't do anything to stop it. Just move on. I think the big thing here is that I'm already thinking, like you're suggesting, in that I can't stop it, so I'm not even going to try. I'm now going to have to win the game assuming my opponent scores basically 6 VPs. And I'm going into the game with that mindset already.
Which I think is a hugely beneficial mindset for the Martell player.
Probably.
If I can walk into any given game mode, and have you think, I've got a table in, or I lose, then I'm like, I have the upper hand. I can do anything. I can sit in the corner and force him to table me. I can go out there and fight him. I can, I can do a mixture. I could play the scenario. I could not play the scenario, because you know what? I can win those points back later in the game. All I have to do is exploit whatever comes up. But that the pressure's on your opponent to do it, I think, is incredibly important. And that's why, that's where Endless Horde's value comes from. The pressure is on you to do something before Endless Horde means that they just have more units than you. And 24 free wounds, right? And it's the same reason why people don't like Melisandre, because if you just sit back, then yes, eventually Melisandre is just going to kill a unit. And all of these things that people think are incredibly powerful, you've achieved it for 4 points. And personally, I will hear nobody who says that the soft value of that isn't everything that Martells are about.
Well, I definitely am more convinced he's not useless. I actually thought he was useless part of this conversation. The fact that I do get bad zones is something. It is something. I will grant. But yeah, it'd be interesting to play out. I think I definitely will experiment with him. I think he fits right into Harmon. So I think there will be some.
That's the thing.
I don't know how you can say you thought he was useless when I watched you play a game and outside of a issue commands out of activation charge,
I would have won.
which was
Yeah.
4+, I believe.
Yeah.
You win that game only because of Doran.
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh, you know. Anecdotal data.
In a 1-of-1 sample, Doran technically lost, so he's worthless.
No, I mean that game he was pretty cool. But yeah, no, I just thought about the fact that to me he felt like why I don't take Mel in my Bradley armies is that I feel like if I play against Night's Watch Targaryen's free folk, she's not really going to get a lot of value from me. And that means I kind of have to use my second list. I don't like that. I don't like that. So I thought Doran is kind of similar but worse because if my opponent has Peter, I figure I don't want to use Doran. I still probably don't. I still probably think he's not going to do great for me. But I'm willing to concede that it's not as bad as I thought because you're right. Taking those two zones can be a big problem. Leaving envelope bags, swords open can be pretty bad.
This is what I always say. So you're talking about like, oh, I wouldn't pick him. He doesn't work for me. But this is the question I always ask myself. I think that you should be asking yourself. And honestly, I don't know what your answer will be. If I played him and I showed you my two lists, do you think, oh shit, he's playing Doran? Or do you think, oh, easy win, he's going for Doran?
Right now,
if it's enough to ever make your opponent be like, oh shit, he's playing Doran, I'm going to have to totally change my strategy. And that's all I ever want from any given unit that I put in my list.
Yeah.
But right now, you're going to tell me you think it's easy win if your opponent plays Doran.
Yeah, I do. I do. Only because Martells are underdeveloped. They're underdeveloped. They don't have all the tools yet.
Which is
yeah, I think you play into Night's Watch and Targaryens, they come kill you anyway. That was always going to be their plan anyhow, you know? So I don't know.
I think this is one of those ones we shelve and see what happens because
yeah, but I'm very curious. Very curious.
I'm sat there and like I'm thinking, yeah, I can see how I would use him, and like I'm now thinking, how can I make the most of Doran without scoring 6 VPs from him? And then and basically asking the question even like, how can I make the most of Doran when I might only score 2 VPs from him? I don't think
you make the most of him because you take the Strangler, and any game where there's not huge use for the Strangler, you strangle onto the Water Gardens, and now your opponent can never block him or they lose an NCU.
Yep.
And now it's like, and now they're just enhancing each other. They're doubling down the pressure.
I think the question though, like not so much like how can I like craft the rest of the list to get value around Doran, assuming Doran doesn't score a single victory point. I do believe that there is an answer to that. I think you can build a list that has value where Doran has 0 abilities on him, but the threat that that the opponent would perceive is enough to take advantage of. I don't know how good the list looks at the end of the day. That's the problem. Is I don't know what, as we're going to have a look at in the units in a second, I don't know if I can look at the lists and go, okay, that's a reliable list that will do well on the field with those 13 points spent in NCUs. So, we'll look at those now. We'll dive in to the units. Are you ready for this, Carlo? Because they're going to come up in completely not the right order.
Yay!
Yay! We're going to start with Sunspear Dervishes at 6. 6 move, swift retreat, 4+, 764 profile, 4 armor, 6 morale. You're going to hear that one quite a lot. Dervish's Blade, which has precision. When attacking enemies that do not have not activated this round, this attack gains crit blow. Pretty cool. And they also come with Elusive Escape for 6 points.
I think they're a really reasonable package at 6 points.
Yep, completely agree.
I think that the things that they have are relatively synergistic together. They're not like the super top tier of like, Swift, or whatever Ranger Hunters have, like whatever even that stuff is, Swift Strike with maneuver and shoot and all that stuff, right?
Quick
but
fire and Swift Strike, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a whole bag of tricks which are very useful. And so that it comes in at 6 points. When I saw this unit, I was nervous it would come in at 7. And I'd say that's dead on arrival. But at 6, I think that it has enough different variant uses and plays into the whole strategy of just being elusive and annoying and all that kind of stuff. I rate them.
Yeah, the important thing, I think, is to just don't expect them to deal a lot of damage, because hitting on 4s is just so, like, anything can happen.
Yeah. Especially with no abilities that are common, certainly, for gaining rerolls in the base deck and things like that. Not super common. So terrain effects, which, as we know, very, very common in the game right now, removing rerolls means that the precision crit blow thing, like, you've got precision with maybe crit blow. This is exactly the kind of unit that might just walk into something and make it go blue in front of you. But most of the time, it's probably just going to be like, hey, look, here's like a wound or something to Gregor, and kind of like 4 or 5 hits, and yeah, take that.
I think that if you position them well, Elusive Escape can be really powerful too.
Yes.
Particularly being the non-pivot part, with additional 3-inch shifts following it up from support from your spearmen and all of the stuff that they can do. You can easily take a charge. They've got the kind of profile that says, I'm not going to die in one hit. And then you can retreat and you can leave that unit such that it now can't see anything else and it can't charge. Forget like, oh, I've opened them up and I can flank them now. No, just leave them. Just leave them out of combat. Leave them requiring a maneuver just to get somebody back into their charge arc. And I think that could be really impactful against some of the really hard hitters that are out there at the moment.
I think the other big one for me on this front is that the Elusive Escape, with the shifts and things like this, getting into flanks and potentially rears of units, is vital for Martells in a world that has not much sundering, because they don't have much sundering in their lists.
Mm-hmm. Do have relatively ample use of precision, though.
Yeah. So yeah, that potentially is an option at 6. Pretty good one. So moving on, at 7. The Royal Sunspear Guard. You didn't run these, did you, Clarence? No. So at 7, they are 5 move, 3+, 774, 4 armor, 5 morale, martial training, and shield wall. So this is Night's Watch Royal Guard. How do we feel? This is about as Night's Watch as a unit gets in a 7-point unit.
I think they're good. Like, I find them actually incredibly comparable to Unsullied Pikemen. We've swapped set for charge for martial training, which overall I think is actually an upgrade. I really like martial training. I think that set for charge is very easy to work around, whereas offensive order like martial training can be quite useful. And it allows you to take the charge and then activate afterwards and make one powerful attack, which is very impactful with rerolls and vulnerable and blah blah.
Especially in relation to shield wall as the second order, right?
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Which means that you can take that charge and live with it. I think that it's important that they are one of, we can talk about Spear in a minute, but like that they can take a charge and keep going and fight well on second rank and all that stuff, I think is an important existence inside of the Martells because it's not a given. So overall, I think they'll see play. I don't think that they'll be spammed. I think they're a one-of when they're used. But I think that they're a useful unit to focus your army around.
Yep. I will 100% think that this is the frontline unit that Harmon Uller just says, right, you, go. And you pour all your support from Harmon into this unit, which slowly dies while Doran and the tactics board shenanigans happen over there. Yeah. I'm bored with that. Right. In at 7 as well, the Sand Skirmishers. Otherwise known as Ranger Hunters. There are 3+ range attack at short range, 754, and then 4+ to hit in melee, 754, 4 armor, 6 morale, quick fire, and scout openings from Jorah. Coming in at 7 points. They are everything that Ranger Hunters are, except they hit at 4 in melee rather than 3, and they lose Swift Strike in favour of scout openings, which means the synergy with quick fire no longer there. They also lose a point of morale.
Not everything. They gained +1 armor.
And lose a point of morale, though. They trade it.
They gained +2 armor. No, +1.
+1. 5 to 4 and 5 to 6 in the morale.
Which I don't think is insignificant when what the meta has really done to come and meet Ranger Hunters is put traps and auto hits everywhere possible. So I think that 4+, 6+ could be considered a favorable profile over the 5+, 5+. I do like scout openings.
Yes.
Is it favorable over Swift Strike? Probably not. Well, Clarence is shaking his head. I actually think that the explosiveness of the Ranger Hunter charge retreat shot is incredibly impactful. It's incredibly important. But things that can survive that, once you've utilized that one quickfire order, Swift Strike now has very diminished value. Whereas quickfire scout openings are self-synergistic in a different way and actually really open you up to doing real damage to Champions of the Stag. The thing that Ranger Hunters are really struggling with because they don't have any keywords to get through that armor. I'm not going to tell you that they're better than Ranger Hunters because Ranger Hunters have access to the Watch Captain. Now, if these guys had access to the Watch Captain, I think we'd be talking about them in the same bracket and the same power level and the same flavor but different.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, just to throw in real quick there, I think, I'm glad you mentioned the Watch Captain. That's the problem for me, is that you have more than one chance to Swift Strike and get out because of that Watch Captain, because of For the Watch, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So, yes, precision's better against high armor, but the explosive damage is generally better. I actually think that Sand Skirmishers are fine at 7 points. They're actually, I think, fair. I think the Ranger's a little overtuned. But no, it's definitely useful. And I found out the other day that you can still kind of get the double activation or double attack in if you kill something and then with your surge get your shot still. So it's not like you don't always.
Yeah.
I think that not to talk about a whole different faction. I think that Ranger Hunters would be absolutely fine in comparison to these guys if Ranger Hunters maybe their ranged goes to a 4 or their melee, whichever, right? They could just be the inverse of each other. The Ranger Hunters could have melee on a 3+, range on a 4+. These could have the range on a 3+, melee on the 4+. The 4+ save 6 up morale versus the 5+, 5+. I think that they would be comparable right across the board, and I think that that'd be a really fair comparison. And I think that that's something that needs to happen to Ranger Hunters.
Yeah. Cool. We'll move on then. Nothing more to say about that. And finally, we move on to the staple unit, 5-point Spearmen. They're 5 move, 4+774, 5 armor, 6 morale, with set for charge and tactical reposition on a 5-point unit. This is just good, in my opinion. Set for charge on a 5-point unit just is something you don't really want to charge and kill. The much better order of tactical reposition allows you so much pressure from like range units starting in and out, putting pressure on a unit. With you're on a flank that's maybe is not activated for you, but they're activated on their side, so you can move a unit closer to maybe get off a charge you otherwise wouldn't want, to move a unit back out of charge distance range, whatever. Makes Dance of Dragons hilarious because you can walk up and take a token and be like, move 2, and then I shifted 9 back over the course of the round. So yeah, just a good 5-point unit. I have nothing more to say than that. I think this is a good 5-point unit that will see play, and because it's not movement 4, isn't a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5-point unit that is filler, but it can still impact other things. It's still useful and still supports. It's like the equivalent of Poor Fellows with the Champion of the Faith, right? We take them because they're filler, but hey, we also grab Warcry, right? Like this is this extra little thing that we got. It wasn't just a pure filler unit like, say, Guardsmen were in that case, because Guardsmen, yes, they're better one-on-one. Yes, they're more self-contained. Yes, they can look after themselves better. Are they supporting the rest of the army? No, they're not. Whereas these guys, they're 5 points. They've got enough that they're not a free kill, and they've got support involved with what it can do for the rest of the faction. And I think that's really, really good place for their 5-point unit to be at.
Clarence,
I just want to chip in
use this,
that,
right?
Yeah, they're really good. Again, their value is that tactical reposition. Their 5+ armor makes them squishy. The morale is average. They don't hit super hard. They're nothing special as a combat unit that fights per se. Their value is that extra 3-inch move. You can pull off some really big brain plays. For any new players, be very careful with the timing. It's easy to forget. You use it at the start of the enemy turn. And another use that I found out the other day when I played them is that it's great when you're in combat and the horse is already taken up. You retreat, your opponent can charge you again, but at the start of their turn, you shift backwards another 3. So you've kind of gone like 5 + 3 + d6 away from them, which makes follow-up charge on their part much harder to achieve.
Yep. Awesome. All right then. So we'll do one last segment before Arianne disappears, and a small shout out, of course. And then we'll talk about the other things that we've got. So Jesus Christ, it's going to be a long one.
I very much hope before we both disappear.
Yes. Let's have a look at this next thing. So this next thing would be, we wouldn't have a normal week on here if it wasn't for some Cool Mini or Not, right? So, Cool Mini or Not this week. Let's have a look at this particular piece. Somebody's already painted up Martells. So,
is that a normal Spearman or is that Spearman Captain?
I think that's a Spearman, like a normal Spearman. What do you think, Clarence? Do you think it's pretty good?
I think it's okay. Not bad.
Yeah.
Typical coloring. Not too shabby.
Carlo?
I thought the sculpts were pretty good in general. And I think some people have been hating on the dervishes and like their kind of like crossed arm sword positions. I quite like them.
You mean this guy?
Yeah, I think those guys. I think those guys and those sculpts are really, really cool. The paint jobs are really fast and ready, but bright. So yeah, I didn't think I was going to want the Martells. I always think that I'm not going to want the next faction. I think I want the Martells.
Fair. And just to sum it off, Carlo, how would you rate? So we've got the 3 models there. We've got the Pikeman, the Stormcrow, not Stormcrow, fucking the Dervish, and the Sand Skirmisher there.
It's a quick draw 0.
Quick draw 0. There we go. Quick draw 0. Just for you, Clarence, because these are Clarence's models.
Got them on the table. Super quick.
These are, of course, Clarence's models that he's finished painting up. super quick to get them on the board. And yeah, they're really nice. So cheers for that, Clarence. Right then.
How do you feel about the sculptures as a whole, Clarence? Were you pleasantly surprised? How do you feel about the characters specifically as well?
But a pain in the butt to paint because they're covered in layers and layers of different clothing. They've got all this paraphernalia, and I'm compelled to paint them different colors. They've got like straps and full shoulder pads and trim. So they're great sculpts, but I don't know how I'd paint them very quickly. Like it would just take forever.
Yeah.
Cool. Right then. With that, Ariakas, obviously I know you need to head away, and I guess we need to give you a shout out for what is now a week away, right?
Yes. So I just want to promote my event one last time. It is sold out, but if anyone is in the Ottawa area and like to come down and check it out, I'll be streaming as well, as inspired by the Gen Con stream, and I managed to secure some equipment. I did a test run today to make sure it worked. I'll be testing again on Friday at the venue itself to make sure the connection is good and so on. So Great Canadian Open Summer. We got 20 players signed up, ready to rock and roll. The Martells are now on the stats site, which means they're also legal to use at the event. So we'll see if that brings anyone out to change your list last second. I think Gamma asked when is list lock. List lock will be up till the day of, so Friday will be the last day for list changes. And yeah, so please come on down, check it out. We hope to run more in 2023 during the winter and the summer as well. It'll be a great time, and hopefully people will tune in on the stream.
Yeah, definitely will do. Be convenient times, and I look forward to it. Look forward to seeing some, like, the Canadian scene obviously come up and more. And it's always good because this is like the equivalent of your nationals, isn't it? Or at least what you're trying to get going as the kind of like larger events that are going to be running in that area once everything kicks up again fully for you in Canada. So yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you, folks, for your time. Thank you for having me, as always. It's always been a pleasure. And I'll tune in for the rest of the show later on.
All right. Thank you very much, Clarence. You take it easy now.
Bye-bye.
So that leaves just me and Carlo. And we are approaching 4 hours, Carlo.
Yeah, I mean, like...
Is this the longest episode?
The schedule Mickey put together, I think we're on item 2 of 6 or something like that. So
we aren't going to cover all of it today.
No, can we not? Can we? Am I allowed to go home now? Can I go?
No going home. 12 hours, Carlo.
Can I eat dinner? It's 11 o'clock.
No.
Can I have a glass of water?
I mean, I'm out as well. We will mention what we'll cover next week, because we've obviously talked about Martells. There's one more thing I do want to cover today, because it makes sense to cover him today. We've covered every other faction. Why not just talk about it as well properly? The other thing that was added to the builder is, of course, Varamir Sixskins.
Varamir Sixskins? All right, yeah, okay.
Do all the builder stuff today. Varamir Sixskins.
Varamir's on the site.
And... Carlo, is he the most pain in the arse piece of shit that you've had to code for a while?
No, actually, Doran with Areo Hotah was.
Okay, fair.
The requirement of an NCU commander, which they've totally gotten rid of, so I'd kind of like depreciated the code for you to even have an NCU commander. That then forced you to then also automatically pick an on-field commander, which both have a requirement to have each other simultaneously. Yeah, most things require, like, this thing requires you to have something else. It's like, to have this, you must have that. Varamir was a bit of an annoyance in that there's him and the cat and the wolf. They require him. If anybody doesn't know, he is free when picked as a commander, but you must pick Shadow Cat and Wolf. Therefore, technically, he costs you 5 points. So that's how I went with it. It was a bit of annoyance, but yeah, I think that overall, no, it's not the worst thing I've had to put in. What do I think of Varamir? I think he could be further meta-defining, which is I don't necessarily believe that he will end up being the new Mance top tier, for sure. So I think that for a start, I think that Varamir plus Shadowcat at 5 points non-commander is probably going to be the most impactful way or most common way that it is used. And that's going to bring you 2 activations for 5 points. I believe that's now the new cheapest 2 activations that exist in the whole game. Unless anybody wants to correct me. Cheaper than Stormcrow Mercs with Relentless, cheaper than all sorts of other stuff. Right.
Yep.
That's the new cheapest thing that you can have. Varamir himself is no slouch, and the Shadowcat is just what you want him to be, which is completely out the way, generally speaking. I think that will open up even more extreme Mance builds. You can talk about a 9 activation Mance build that has mag in it. I believe you even still have points left to like have Warcry, have Styre, NCU, whatever kind of other things you want in there. I believe that he does just about open up semi-viable 10 activation Mance or 10 activation stuff. He himself, of course, can be 10 activations relatively easy because he brings 3 activations for that initial cost of 5 points. But I think those cards are pretty shit, so I don't think that's a big issue. I think that we're going to see a return to people wanting to be able to get rid of like the Shadowcat as quickly and as easily as possible, and that's why I feel like it again might be quite meta-defining. If people reliably have a way to get rid of the Shadowcat, then this isn't the new best Mance build. But if that becomes a requirement of nearly all high-tier lists, then it is still defining the meta anyway.
I personally don't think that. I mean, the Shadowcat for 2 is obviously very good as an activation. The problem is, as you say, it's kind of gated behind Varamir. And Varamir, 2 activations for 5, doesn't unlock 10 activation lists that are any different than any other 10 activation list. That's actually like the big thing here. Because you breach the 4-point barrier. 4-point barrier for 2 activations is nuts. 5 points for 2 activations is exactly the same as 8 points for 2 activations in terms of the activation count that you can reach. So therefore, the maximum activation count you can reach with Varamir and the Shadowcat is going to be 10. And as a result, I think you'd much rather take solo Varamir for 3, allowing you 31 points for your remaining 9 activations, giving you a 5-point Raiders with Tormund in what was the old 10 activation Mance list. The only difference is that taking Varamir Commander for 3 and the 2 animals for 5 allows you an 11 activation build if you wish it to be. But the problem is that then you've got the Shadowcat and the Wolves and Varamir, all low health solos. Varamir is basically like Shaggy Dog, in case you didn't know. He's very similar to Shaggy Dog, but slower, basically.
And +1 armor.
And +1.
So I would say better.
Yeah, yes, yeah. I mean, it depends. Shaggy Dog, you want the speed rather than the armor. I think Varamir, you want the armor, not the speed, because you've got the speed from the other 2.
I'd replace Shaggy. I'd lose the speed for the armor on Shaggy myself.
You go to 3 armor for 4 movement.
Yeah, because now, because the fear with Shaggy already is outside of auto wounds, you're never sure how many wounds you're going to do to him. And because he gains +1 die for every wound that he's suffered, even when he's like already taken 1 wound, he's got 3 wounds left, a powerful attack still might not kill him. At 3+ armor save, you're going to have to significantly invest to kill this guy. You're not allowed to chip away at him. You're not allowed to just like go here and there. You're not allowed to get free attacks on him because you might just be powering him up. And the more you push that into a 3-up armor save rather than a 4-up, you're further saying even things like a vulnerable token now aren't going to guarantee you a kill on this guy. You might just piss him off and do 3 wounds to him. And I think that is his biggest strength and where things get really problematic. Add that in with almost definitely going first and last. This guy isn't just a 3-point activation. This guy's a 3-point activation who can absolutely murder units in the 4 and 5-point range.
Probably. With Sundering Ambitious. The 4+ morale does open him up, unlike the dogs at 2. Like, the 4+ does open him up to some of those more kind of like cancerous, if you will, kind of like ways of killing things with like melon stuff. I shouldn't really call them cancerous, but like those, you can just, you rolled a double. The fucking Gregor problem, right? You grounds up Gregor and you go, oh well, I lost Gregor on round 1 and that just sucks. You can't do that because you don't have the +1 wound, but there are things that give +1 wound, and you know, and he's not benefiting from Mance really in terms of like the morale bubbles. So yeah, I think he's good. The problem with his commander version is that
his commander version just isn't good. Like his 3 cards are all shit. Like
they are. They're bad. It's a bonded version of issue commands, which means that it's not as good because it can't be used on everything. It's a bonded version of Sentinel, which is okay, but like not that great because the units you're attacking with are really lackluster. And the other one's like basically diversion tactics. It's return a unit, which is good. You can return a unit. You also have Endless Horde still, but the units you're returning.
The point is at 3 points with no gated requirement.
Yes.
He in himself allows a 9 activation Mance build. But
a 10.
9 activation Mance and Mag.
Mance and Mag.
Plus Mag. Yeah. Right? You can now buy everything for 4 points. That means that you've got 32 points. 28 points has bought you 7 activations, and now you can buy 3 points for Varamir, 9 points for Mag.
Yep.
And that already feels problematic. You can choose to buy the Shadowcat for 2 more if you want to squeeze out points somewhere else. If you really want to grab those Thens, you want to grab that Warcry from Tormund, you want to grab whatever you want to grab, right? Like, because what the Free Folk can currently do is field a Mance 9, which doesn't have Mag, and they have some free points to spend around and get some nice things. That's why we don't see Mance 10, which is currently available, because like that extra 4 points, you might as well lose 1 unit and have more variety, have more skills, have more stuff to share around. But a nigh on guaranteed last then first with Mag is just a problem. And that's before we say that I think that Varamir in himself is very, very powerful at 3. I actually think that I've just doubly convinced myself that forget the Shadowcat. Varamir by himself at 3 points has already enabled everything that you needed to enable. You don't need Tormund in a Mag list because you don't need Warcry Vulnerable anymore as much. Mag will get you through most things that you need them to. On top of a 9 activation, throw in the possible Endless Horde. Yeah.
That's
where I see Mance lists naturally moving to. And I see it as an improvement over the current Mance list, which is already the #1 thing in the game.
I personally don't consider that Mag list any better, because I think that Mag isn't better into the things that currently Free Folk struggle into. Like if I'm playing like stuff where Mag is really good, like Champions of the Stag, anything with these like high armor saves, anything where you care about these big damage attacks and these big kind of things, I just don't care about those lists already. I already out-activate them with 8 activations. I don't out-activate them with 9 or 10 anymore. So I don't need to out-activate them because they're running at 7. The lists that I care about, the 9 list from, say, Night's Watch, Mag doesn't help that much into, because it does help a little bit, but I'm already able to get attacks like that off, and you're never going to be engaged with me to get my free attack off anyway. The question is do Ranger Hunters struggle killing Mag? And if they do struggle killing Mag, and they can't stop me killing them, then it's worth considering. because yeah, that's just my consideration when I've been list building.
Even if you don't want to run mag, I still think that Varamir at 3 points in isolation is already
Very good.
too good.
Yes. I think here, like there's a list like this where you run some trappers, some raiders, one with Torment, you can maybe run with Weeper and a raid leader, and then the ability to maybe like take 1 or 2 Frozen Shore Chariots and run a 10 list where you just go, right, here's 2 units of raiders, just deal with them, and now I have 2 activations of Chariots or Varamir where I want them with cav moves and things like this that are going to come and kill you. I have a core 4 or 5 infantry units, and then I have just this mobile force which just goes around and just obliterates things. I do agree that a 10 list like that at Mance could well be better than the 9. And also, I do think that list has more play into Night's Watch. So yeah. I don't know if it makes them better though. Don't know if it makes them better, but it is a problem. The actual good thing, I will say this is a good thing, Varamir does with his monsters and him at the price point that he is, he does enable better mag commander builds, which is one thing where, like, in list building there was just no support for. We're not talking about meta at this point, but we're just saying like an underused and underappreciated and undervalued, like that commander was kind of sucky. He's now better.
Cool.
I'm glad Varamir is out for that purpose. I'm not happy that he's made something good potentially better. So
yeah.
There we go.
I
what it is.
Understand how they still haven't learnt the lessons of the past.
Nope. They broke a rule for me because they gave free Focus 3 activation unit, and as soon as you give free Focus 3 activation unit, it allows you to think of a 10 activation, not a 9 activation, with points to spend. And then they added in more than 1 3-point activation with potentially a 3 and a 3 and a 2. Like, you can run really silly 9 activation lists which have all kinds of weird tech in them, or 10 activation lists, sorry, with weird tech in them, if you really want to.
Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. I would run Varamir in 100% of factions, 100% of the time, if he was available.
I mean,
name a faction where I'm not buying him for 3 points. He has no stipulations to be bought.
I mean, it's interesting because Jorah is the same, right? Jorah should be running Targaryens.
Jorah's not the same. Right? Like, Jorah is a support piece, whereas Varamir
is a combat.
Jorah doesn't threaten. Jorah doesn't threaten to kill units in his same and higher points bracket, whereas Varamir does. You could say the same thing. Yeah. I would say the same thing about Shaggy Dog. If you offered me Shaggy Dog without the requirement to buy Rickon, which I don't think is even a harsh requirement, I would buy him in 100% of my list.
And he does appear in a ridiculous number of stock lists, right?
Yeah.
Like, he does.
And personally, I believe that Varamir... I had forgotten these 2 worst morale. I would say that Varamir is as good as Shaggy.
Yeah, I think he's equivalent. I think he's equivalent.
They are equivalent.
I'm glad he's not 6 movement as well, because you could make him 7 with your grit, and that would be fucking stupid if it was a 7 movement Shaggy.
And I think, and I would buy him all the time, and that is just a problem. I don't think you're allowed to just say, oh yeah, but like only free folk can take him or whatever, like, and oh you can't compare cross faction or whatever you want to say.
No, I agree.
To that question, that unit would be bought in 100% of factions, 100% of the time for a player like me in the way that I list design, because at very worst he's turned a 4 or 5 point unit that I was going to buy anyway into saving me 2 points, which, like I say, does not come easy. Those 2 points, that 1 point is hard to come by. And it can buy me a incredibly influential NCU or something else like that. I don't feel like with his 3+ armor and his decent morale, the only thing in the whole game that Varamir is scared of is wildling diplomacy.
I'll just straight up say it as well, though, right? And I think this is very important. 3-point activations are picked up in nearly all example cases in all good lists. Relentless, Shaggy Dog, to some extent the other wolves as well, but they start to peel off in terms of their effectiveness. And you can only really run one, or people only think of running one in Starks. Jorah, although you say like he's not very good, he still appears in a fuck ton of Targaryen lists because he's a 3-point NC activation. Like 3-point activations are already good. Like you don't even have to tell me Varamir's stats, and I can just tell you he's good or he's okay. It then becomes a question of how do I use him, not how do I include him. So yeah, like that's just 3-point activations though. Right, they're just good. Oh man.
There we go. That was Varamir.
Yep, there you go. We're not going to talk about the Shadow
If
Cannibals.
Martells had him, they'd be twice as good.
We will finish off today then. We have got things like FAQ that was released. We'll talk about that next week. We'll talk about LGT FAQ and some of the other things that are off the back of that. Next week, we'll talk about what the fuck Carlo did in America next week, unless Carlo wants to do it now.
Nah, that's way too long a discussion.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll talk about that next week. We will maybe even don't know if Clarence is going to be coming back if he wants to, and he can talk about the Great Canadian Open and the enjoyment there of that. And we will also talk about. I've forgotten the fucking list of things we're going to talk about. Some other stuff. Anyway.
There'll be new stuff by then.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. So all of that to wait for next week. We're over 4 hours now. One of the longest ones we've done in a while. So this week we'll finish off. We'll run through the tournaments very quickly and one special shout out as well, which I'll quickly do here. So Carlo, do you recognise this man down at the front here in this image?
Never seen him before.
Never seen him before in your life?
No.
Congratulations.
He's got a great hammer going on there.
He does have a great hammer. Carl Kirsten won the event that happened in Southern California, the last week.
What did they call it? Did they call it? I'm trying to remember now. It had a cool name.
Yeah.
It'll be in Hall of Champions. I saw. Yeah. He already won.
Already loading it up. It is
Battle for the Axe. Which is funny because he won a hammer.
Yeah. The message he sent me is the hammer is in stand for Euron's axe, which is currently in the mail. It hasn't actually arrived yet. So
there you go.
Yeah.
There was literally the battle for Euron's axe. That's cool.
So that's great.
It looks like they got good attendance, and it's really good to see that lots of people are holding their prizes, and that everybody seems to have come away with stuff, which I'll probably get onto it, but has been a gripe of a few people from US nationals. Yep. Great prize support as a total, but the distribution is incredibly top heavy, and I think it's always better when it's not. So that looks good.
Yeah, definitely. So congratulations there to Carl Gerson. All right then. So this week, here we stand in Russia. We've got Kampf an Rhein und Ruhr in Essen in Deutschland, in Germany. We have Team Pivnitzas, Polish, sorry, Jesus Christ, they'll hurt me for that. The Polish group meeting up in Warsaw in Poland. We have an event happening in Belgium, the Song of Hassard and Liquid, which I'm going to guess is Belgian for Song of Ice and Fire. We have an event happening, another one in Russia, which is really interesting. I'm not going to read this out, it's in Russian. I have no idea what that says. The Great Canadian Open, which we mentioned earlier, obviously Ariakis is running that over the weekend. Please do follow along with that, and there will be streams. There's August Rumble happening in Helsinki in Finland on Sunday. There's another event in Poland, of course, on Sunday as well, by the Baltic crew. There's Battle for the Beach happening in Myrtle Beach, Battle for the Beach 2, in fact, which is great to see as well. There's also a Song of August and Fire tournament happening in California in Sacramento. Great to see that. And that's what we've got. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 events happening this weekend. And yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's great to see. I know that Paul's staying there, Chelmsford Bunker in September, up to 21 players. Great to see that community keep on growing and thriving there. It's lovely to see, and it's good to see players reporting. It's good to see communities. We'll maybe talk about that in the future. Talk about where we think that the game is going and what the communities are doing, where we think life will take us.
One of the things that I still need to update is need new banners for tournaments on the site. The LGTs, the German Nationals happened. The Welsh GT, it happened. So the LGT is the only one which is still yet to happen. Guys, if you wanna get your tournament promoted, just contact me. I need a square banner of good picture quality. I kind of let the German one slide, but it's been annoying me how bad the various how pixelated the faction banners are on them. Has been annoying me for about 2 months, so I actually be quite happy to take that down. But yeah, guys, if it is of any value to you, then just get in contact and send me a banner, and I'll put it up happily to promote the events that you're running. Because you promote the site to be used, and I promote your event to be run, and hopefully we can all be one big happy competitive community without any stigma attached to the word competitive.
On that note as well, if anyone does need a banner but doesn't have anything, they want to make one or whatever, and they just have an idea, I'm not going to say I'll spend a lot of time on it, but I can throw things together that I know work for what Carlo needs. So I can throw something together with actual images and things like this. So I'm not saying I'll do it for everybody, and I'm not saying I'll do it necessarily very quickly, but I will put something together if you're desperate, and you don't necessarily have skill, ability, or technology to do so. All right then, Carlo, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think we should probably end the episode.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. See you later, guys. Have a good one.
See you next week.
Ready? Aim!
There's too many.
Anyone see my mammoth?
Stubby!